Hi, the intent of this course is to provide a very practical yet thorough overview of the systematic process of traditional Ashtanga Yoga. Our approach is essentially threefold. First, the most essential foundation principles are introduced and explained. Second, the 8 rungs, Ashtanga, are each explained individually. Third, explanations are given on what to do with the 8 rungs in conjunction with those foundation principles. This journey includes practical principles on the outcomes of the practices and the levels of direct experience that come as a result of practicing traditional Ashtanga Yoga. The course is produced by Swami Janeshwar, Swami J, that's me, and Swami Matri Purashakti, Matri, of Abhyasa Ashram, which is in Florida, USA. The course is meant for a wide range of practitioners, including those who are new to yoga and those with years of experience who wish to explore the subtler, more internal aspects of yoga. We really are passionate about these principles and practices and offer them to you from the depth of our hearts. May your traditional Ashtanga Yoga practices bring you peace, happiness, and bliss. Welcome. Ashtanga Yoga. There are 3 words in that phrase. There are 3 parts, we could say. There's ashta, there's anga, and there's yoga. Pretend for a moment that you're thinking about an ocean or the ocean, just a big, huge, vast ocean, and that ocean is symbolic of the one absolute, pure, eternal, infinite consciousness, however you may choose to hold that. The ocean is the representative of that. Now, imagine for a moment that you are a wave in that ocean. You are not driftwood. You are not a piece of wood floating on top of the ocean. You're not a plastic container floating on the top of the ocean. When you walk on the beach, you see objects thrown up on the beach. You're not such an object. You literally are a wave in the ocean. This is just a symbol. But imagine that's the situation. Just imagine for a moment that that's the situation. So does the wave sit there and say, oh, I'm like the container or the piece of wood being tossed around in the ocean? Or does the wave know that in fact it is an aspect of the ocean? In a sense, it's not separate from the ocean. This is actually the meaning of yoga. Yoga means the realization that I, as a wave, am literally one with the ocean. You may define personally, you may define ocean differently depending on your own worldview, spiritual and religious backgrounds and opinions and philosophies. But I am a wave and I am an aspect of the ocean. The process of moving towards the realization of that unity is called yoga. The final realization of that unity is called yoga. That's what the word yoga means, is unity. Now keep in mind that ocean. We have different terminologies in relation to yoga. There are different aspects of yoga. We hear this in our common language. For example, we hear of jnana yoga, we hear of bhakti yoga, we hear of karma yoga. It sounds like these are separate. When you say, what is the nature of this direct experience of this union called yoga, it's described historically as being indescribable. But one of the ways in which it is described as indescribable is through the 3 words Sat, Chit, Ananda, Sat and Chit and Ananda, which are roughly translated as existence, consciousness, and bliss. And so, what are existence, consciousness, and bliss? Every wave that is in the ocean has inherent in its quality existence itself. the ocean has existence. Each wave has existence, even though it has existence as a wave and existence as the ocean. If you have the awareness of this process, this yoga of being one with the ocean, you also have an awareness of that field of consciousness, which is the word chit. And in the way we experience emotional highs, emotions, it can be called ananda or bliss. How many ways can you do this? Imagine for a moment that you have that experience. Then you know, the word knowing, K-N-O-W, you know the nature of that ocean. If I pose the question to you, do you know the meaning of love? And you say back, yes, I know the meaning of love. The use of that word know is not an intellectual process such as 1 + 1 = 2. Knowing does not mean merely intellectual analysis. It means knowing. You know the meaning of love because you've experienced it. That kind of knowing of the ocean, of the infinite one non-dual reality ocean, by whatever name you call it, that knowing is called jhana. So we tend to break yoga into parts. It actually means unity. There is jhana. It means knowing. If there is an emotion that's going along with that, if you have a glimpse of that experience of the nature of that union called yoga, there's an incredible emotion that happens to you. It's of awe. It's just the complete love, so to speak, of the mystery. So I know the meaning of love. The know part is the word jhana. The loving part is the word bhakti. So we don't just have merely over here jhana yoga and over here bhakti yoga. There are many different kinds of words that describe a certain aspect of this one union called yoga. If you're attempting to cultivate that awareness right in the middle of life, right in the middle of doing your duties with your family and your job and your community, this is living your karmas. Karma means action. This is called karma yoga. And so it too is just another aspect of the same one yoga that appears to be divided in parts but is not. It's actually one yoga. That's the meaning of the word yoga, union. So again, Ashtanga Yoga. That's what we're talking about with the yoga part of the phrase Ashtanga Yoga. Ashta, what does ashta mean? Ashta Anga Yoga. Ashta means 8, the number 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's nothing mystical or magical about the number 8. If you play with this and practice this over some period of time, you'll see that it's extremely, extremely reasonable. It's just a matter of steps that you naturally go through. If you go to college and you say, I want to get a bachelor's degree in so-and-so subject so I can have a certain career path, the goal of that is the career path. But you go through 4 years of college, and you go through semesters or quarters or trimesters, but you go through generally, on average, 4 years. The 4 years are the 4 steps along the way, after which you are given a degree, and then you go get a job, or you start your own business or whatever it is within that field. So the yoga part, the ashta, simply means that there are 8 things you're going to do, somewhat like going through 4 years of college or a 6-week course in some subject. And the goal of it is the end of the subject. So we're doing 8 rungs or aspects or limbs so that we have a final outcome. So these 8 are the instruments that we are using along the way. Ashta is 8. Anga, what does the word anga actually mean? It means those 8 aspects, you can call them, or parts. They're actually not divided into parts, but they kind of look like parts. The most common translations usage, the most common usages of this anga are as one of 2 ways, or both. One is, it is as rungs on a ladder. You do them sequentially. They build one upon the other. If you try to skip one, if you try to skip one of the rungs of the ladder, it doesn't work very well. The other way of looking at it is that anga is like limbs on a tree. And if you're a child and you're climbing a tree, you can have your hands on two limbs at one time as you maneuver your way up the tree. So anga refers to both rungs in the systematic way and anga as like limbs on a tree, and we do them all. Together it's Ashtanga Yoga. So we're talking about the 8 rungs or limbs on the path of yoga, moving generally from gross to subtler, and then to the subtlemost reality. And after the 8 rungs are climbed on the ladder, that leads you to the final goal. And so we could call it a 9-rung system, but it's not. You don't say that the college is a 5-year program when it's a 4-year program. The college is 4 years, but then if you called it number 5, that would be the final outcome. You have a degree and you're using that skill in some professional capacity. So similarly, the 8 rungs are all steps along the way. They are tools that are used. We'll go into that more as we move through the descriptions of each of the 8 rungs and move on to the final section of the course. But I wanted to make sure that you have some grounding idea of what we're talking about when we say Ashtanga Yoga. Yoga, and there's 8 rungs or limbs. Hatha Yoga. In the context of Ashtanga Yoga, Hatha Yoga is actually preparation. Almost everybody, most of you, are familiar with many of the modern versions of postural yoga, which are adaptations of Hatha Yoga. Hatha Yoga is actually preparation for Ashtanga Yoga in traditional yoga. If you've ever encountered or read a text called the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, which is one of the ancient most, probably the ancient most texts that we have describing what Hatha Yoga is about, it clearly points out that the asanas, Hatha Yoga, is preparation for samadhi, which is the subject matter of Ashtanga Yoga. Ashtanga, as we've been talking about, Ashtanga is 8, ashta is 8, anga is rungs or limbs or aspects. The 8 aspects or rungs of traditional Ashtanga Yoga presumes that you have done something to prepare for it. And one of the finest preparations there is, and there are many different schools and styles of Hatha Yoga, but Hatha Yoga is a superb preparation for Ashtanga Yoga. It's not one and the same with Ashtanga Yoga. You may have encountered, probably have, you may have encountered that the term Ashtanga Yoga is often in these modern times used to describe a style of postural yoga. The name Ashtanga Yoga was borrowed, to put a nice word on it, the name Ashtanga Yoga was borrowed from the traditional use of Ashtanga Yoga. But in either case, Hatha Yoga, the point that we're trying to make here, is that Hatha Yoga, as in physical yoga, is extremely useful and beneficial, if not, one could argue, necessary to be able to actually do the subtler aspects of traditional Ashtanga Yoga. Extremely good and useful to do. A moment ago I mentioned the Hatha Yoga Pradipika text. That text is divided into 4 parts, 4 padas, 4 chapters. And the 4th of those padas is entitled Samadhi. Well, Samadhi is the 8th rung of Ashtanga Yoga. And the part of the Hatha Yoga Pradipika that describes breathing practices and postures is in the first portion of the book, which also conveniently mentions Kundalini and Kundalini awakening. So even in the text Hatha Yoga Pradipika, it's outlined there what Hatha Yoga is really about and what it is for, that it is preparation for Samadhi. It's not merely a physical exercise program. So in any case, there is an ancient tradition supporting the work of postural yoga as preparation for Ashtanga Yoga, for the subtler, deeper meanings and practices of yoga. If you look at I think it's over here now in the videos, Udemy moved it. It used to be over here, but now the resources are over here, and we will add in there an open source, public domain version of the Hatha Yoga Pradipika. I'm not putting that there so that you can make this complicated, but just so you can download it, take a quick look at it. If you simply scan the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, just take, even 5 minutes and just scan through it and just look at in general what's contained in those 4 chapters of the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, you'll clearly see easily the sequence, the process that I'm talking about, how in the early part of it comes the Hatha Yoga itself, and that it's preparation for and leading to Samadhi, which is, again, the 8th rung of the Ashtanga, of the 8 rungs or limbs of Ashtanga Yoga is Samadhi. You'll see that relatively easily. So download it and take a look at it. Please, I'm not suggesting that you turn it into an intense intellectual labor. It's not that. That's not the reason we're putting it there. It's just that we're putting it there because we're mentioning it to you, and this way you can not just have to take my word for it. You get to look at it yourself and say, wow, there's really something to this. There really is a historical reference to what yoga is about in the context of Hatha Yoga, what postural yoga and breathing practices really are ultimately about and what they're leading to. That's the reason we're including that for you. And frankly, that's the reason for this sort of introductory talk right now, to be able to let you know that we're doing this course on Ashtanga Yoga with great respect and admiration for the many styles of modern Hatha Yoga, postural yoga, and the many, 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 many teachers who are helping people learn this. We want you to see that, but we want you to also see where it's going and how Hatha Yoga, as we know it today, blends in with traditional Ashtanga Yoga. Okay? Take it lightly and please have fun with it. Atta. Atta Yoganushasana is the first sutra of the Yoga Sutras. The 8 rungs of Ashtanga Yoga are embedded just about right in the middle of the 196 sutras of the Yoga Sutras. Everything before the introduction of the 8 rungs is preparation for that and foundation, and everything after the introduction of the 8 rungs in the Yoga Sutras is basically, okay, now that we've talked about the 8 rungs, what do you do with them and what's the effect of them? But the very first word of the very first sutra is atta. Atta means now. I'm not a Sanskrit scholar, but apparently in Sanskrit there are several words, at least several, if not many words, that can be translated as now, as in past, present, future, now. But the particular word atta is used because it implies that there has been some prior preparation. It implies prior preparation. Means now, after you've done all of the stuff to do whatever, now you're ready to go do this. We all encounter this in our educational system. You go into some professional career that requires you to go to university and get a degree in something. You go to medical school to be a doctor, and after you do all of the medical school, then you go do internship, then you go do residency, and now, finally, you get to go really be a doctor. And so there's the principle. Now, after prior preparation. Well, what is the prior preparation in terms of Ashtanga Yoga? It is not spelled out. There's nothing in the descriptions of Yoga Sutras that tells you exactly what that now means. And for each of us, we have different life experiences that are preparing us to be able to do this. We're talking here about traditional Ashtanga Yoga, the 8 rungs. So what is it that leads us up to that? We were talking a moment ago about Hatha Yoga. For many people, that's a part of the process. It's part of what leads us up to the preparation that says, I've been practicing yoga for 10 years, and I'm discovering that there's more to it than I realized. And so I think I'm prepared to finally do it. And we come to discover that what Ashtanga Yoga is really about is introspection. And we'll talk some more about what that means, but it has a lot to do with the mind. And before I was working with my body, I needed to get my body in shape and get healthy at a physical level. And now I've encountered, maybe I heard a talk, I read a book, I've been around this for these 10 years, and now I'm ready to do something else. What was the preparation? If the preparation was being done between student and a teacher over a period of months and years, and the teacher knew that where you were headed was ultimately towards the higher aspects of what yoga is about, if the teacher knew that all along, then the coaching, mentoring, guidance along the way was to prepare you to be at the point that you're ready and curious to dive in. And that's the meaning of now. It's the first word of this whole process. It's not literally one of the words that's in the 8 rungs, the Ashtanga. It's a very, very important part of the preparation for the introduction of the 8 rungs. When we talk about this preparation, I mentioned that, a lot of it often is Hatha Yoga, but it's also lifestyle things. So if you've gone through a youth period and you're not settled into a job or career that you're happy with, that can be part of preparation. If you know that you just feel it internally that you're going to live in a family life and have children and a spouse, then part of that is going through the social learning of what you do in your teens and those years where you're learning, you're becoming acclimated to getting along with other people and building and how to build good, healthy relationships. That's part of it. It may be, for example, some habits that you know that you need to let go of. You may have a drinking habit, you may have a cigarette smoking habit, or anything. I don't know how far we could go. Very far with habits that we might have. We're all different people, and we all have our own way of developing silly different habits. And so some of the preparation to be able to dive into the subtleties, the depth of Ashtanga Yoga, is dealing with some of those habits. It doesn't mean that we have to somehow be perfect in the area of habits before we are atta, before we are now prepared. It doesn't mean that. But that we all have life situations and personalities and family circumstances, and those are coming into order. So it's not just Hatha Yoga that's preparation, though that's part of it. And it's not just habit patterns, but it's part of it. And part of it is about living in the world with other people in the many, many ways in which we all learn how to do that. It is all part of the preparation that leads you to the point where you finally, today is now, atta, now I'm really ready to dive into this stuff. I see that this can be a little bit of a scary journey because I see that this has something to do with introspection, of me looking at the very deepest level of my own construction. And this can seem a little bit scary. And maybe it would be easier just to, eat, drink, and be merry and not do this subtler yoga business. Let me just ignore that. But sometimes you have something in your heart that's calling you. You're caught. You got the bug, and you say, I really want to do this, and you've put life in order. And all of those activities that put life in order, which may have included, as I said a minute ago, which may have included your 10 years in Hatha Yoga classes, or not, or 6 weeks, or whatever. So it's a very broad subject. It's not a checklist of items that I go through this and this and this, and now I've completed the checklist, I get an A in the course, and now I can move on. It's not that spirit of atta. It's a very broad, wide range of preparation. Atta, maybe the fact that we're sitting here together doing this, maybe, at least I hope, some aspect of atta has already happened for you. You're curious about looking at what we're saying here. Maybe some part of that says, I don't know if I really want to sign up for this course, but I look at what it's about and I think, yeah, I'm going to do this. Yes, I think I want to do this. I think I want to go forward with the subtler, deeper aspects of yoga. I'm going to see what the subtler aspect of Ashtanga Yoga is really about. And maybe for you, that is a part of atta. Maybe finally I'm going to dive into this stuff. I hope so. Please play with it and have fun. Atta, now. There's a few other kind of atta moments that come to us sometimes. One of these example is when a close family member dies. Death in the family. You can notice if you've ever gone to what most of us have gone to, some funeral or service when somebody has died. When you go to the cemetery to bury the person, or you go to the cremation grounds for the body to be burned, it's as if at that time, standing at the cemetery, everybody knows what is and is not important in life. Everybody knows, because your friend, your family member has just left and is gone, and you're putting the body in the ground. And the priorities in life are real clear. Think about it. You've probably seen it and experienced it yourself in some time or another. And then what do? We get back in our cars and we ride away, and 3 minutes away, 10 minutes away, 20 minutes away, we're back in the activities of life, and we lose the insight that we had a few minutes ago at the cemetery. But sometimes one of those things, one of those experiences is so striking that it's life-changing. And it really can be one of those atta moments, if we allow it to be. Another example is if you have an illness yourself, something that is, it doesn't have to be dramatic and psychic and all that, but it can be a near-death experience, or the experience that you got severely ill, and that caused you to see and question what's going on in life. Okay, let me tell you one story. It's not a complete story about atta, but it's a tiny little, it's fun. It's a fun story. I'm not trying to make it overly dramatic, and I'm not a guru salesman. I'm really not. But it's a story. The man that's the subject of this story is the one who told me this story himself. This man was a businessman from, it doesn't even matter the country, but he lives somewhere in Asia. And he found himself sitting on an airplane going from, from somewhere to somewhere. And he was sitting next to a man who was a little older than him, who was wearing a business suit, didn't know who he was. And a conversation just struck up. And somehow it got talking about the purpose of life and what life is about, and life in general, and family, and all this kind of stuff. And the conversation turned to spiritual matters, so-called, whatever that means. Now, the man who's telling me this is the guy who's the subject of this. And he said he suddenly realized that he was sitting next to a man who really, really quite knew what he was talking about. And he realized that he was sitting next to a teacher of spiritual principles. He didn't know quite what, and they found out that the man was a Swami dressed in business clothes. Well, it was Swami Rama who was my teacher, and Swami Rama was sitting next to him in a business suit on this airplane flying from point A to point B. And so he thought, well, this is a really cool guy, and so the courage came up, and he said, will you teach me? Will you teach me more? Can I be your student? Will you teach me? And now here's teacher Swami in a business suit, because he traveled, not to show off, look at me, I'm a Swami wearing orange clothes or like that. Traveled with just plain old suit, so, sort of invisible in the crowd, which is what a Swami ought to be anyway. So he said, will you teach me? And he said, Swamiji looked over at him, smile on his face, and with his finger, he pointed to the alcohol drink that the guy was sitting there on the thing in front of me. And he told me that, in fact, he drank too much alcohol, and he knew it. He had known it for quite a few years, that he was developing a bit of an alcohol problem. And so Swami Rama looked him in the eye and pointed at the drink. He said, "Yes, but one condition. That's the last one of those you ever drink." And the man said, "Okay." And when the man told me this story, it had been, I've forgotten how many years, but it had been quite a few years. And it ended right there. Wow. Right there. And so it's a fun story. So it's a little bit about atta. So whatever was going on in this man's life, he had a good life, he had a good business, he had a wife, they had a couple kids they had raised, and life was pretty good. And so I guess he was at a point where he was ready to do some more in life, and ended up sitting next to a guy like this on the airplane, realizes the stature of the fellow he's sitting next to, asking for help, and is given one little condition, last one of those. And he said, I took him up on it. He said, literally, it's the last drink he ever had. I kind of like this story. It's fun. Atta, what does it mean? You decide. What does atta mean? If you have unfinished business, deal with it, finish it, put life in order, and do this, and move forward. Atta. Anushasanam. That first sutra of the Yoga Sutras, remember we said that the Ashtanga Yoga, the 8 rungs, is sort of in the middle of the 196 sutras, and there's a lot that comes before it, and then what do you do with it that comes afterwards. And so the first sutra, we talked about atta. The first sutra is Atta Yoga Anushasanam. And so what does the Anushasana mean? The word in the middle is yoga. Atta now begins the Anushasanam of yoga. What does Anushasanam mean? Often it has been interpreted as now at this auspicious moment. Sometimes translators call it auspiciousness, whatever auspiciousness is supposed to mean. And sometimes it's referred to as exposition, or discussion, or study. Now we're going to study the Yoga Sutras. Now we're going to study yoga. Well, yoga is not about intellectual study. It's about learning so that you can do the practices, and that may require a degree of learning and reading and listening, like we're doing right now, and studying. But the subtler, deeper meaning of Anushasanam is discipline. It means now. We talked about atta, now. It means now I see what I'm facing. I see that this really has a lot to do with the introspection of my own personality makeup. Not as psychotherapy, that there's something wrong with me, but it has a lot to do with the levels and layers of my being. I am a body, I'm a breathing being, I have a conscious mind, and I have a whole bunch of aspects or layers to my unconscious mind. And I need to explore them. Why? So that I can uncover the true self, the Atman, the pure consciousness that is underneath all of this. And you cannot do that without a pretty strong attitude of determination. Now I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Anushasanam is the meaning of that. Some other words that you can use for this are instruction, discipline, training, and those are good words. All of these are good words. Study is a good word. Explore is a good word. But the part of it that I'm really wanting to emphasize here is that there is a passion to it. That now I'm willing to train myself. I'm willing to discipline myself. And it's strong. It is very, very much the positive use of ego. We all know that egos can kind of get in our way and stir things up and cause problems in life. I think we all know that. But the same ego that can cause problems is a tremendous tool on this inner journey. And this is a very important, probably the most important aspect of Anushasana. Now I'm going to have the determination to move forward and do this. One of the other terms that goes along with this thing, Anushasanam, is Sankalpa Shakti. Shakti is that consciousness, that feminine consciousness that manifests outward through the universe. Another word. I'm not wanting to load you up with too many words here, but it's another way of saying the same principle. And sankalpa is determination. If we hold Shakti as consciousness, it is the consciousness of determination. And that's sort of summarized in the single word Anushasanam. So we have this one sutra that is the very beginning of the foundation of this whole journey of Ashtanga Yoga that is leading up to the introduction of the 8 rungs themselves, which, as I've said before a couple times, sort of comes in the middle of this whole subject of the 196 verses or sutras. So, Atta Yoganushasanam. Atta Yoganushasanam. Now, with determination, I'm going to dive in and do this. And it sounds pretty serious. Well, it's serious business, but it's also done with a tremendous degree of levity, lightness, gentleness, lovingness. But it's still done with determination. This is what a mother does with her baby, does she not? She has determination to train the baby to be a good, healthy child, an adult. And she does it with determination, but she does it with a lot of love. It's that kind of spirit. So do Anushasanam the way a mother loves her baby. Atta Yoganushasanam. Nirodha, one of the most important words in this journey of yoga. Remember, again, we're talking about foundation principles so that we know what to do and why we're doing the Ashtanga Yoga, the 8 rungs. First, foundation principles, and then we're talking about the 8 rungs, and then what do we do? What are the subtler practices that we do with those 8 rungs? This word Nirodha is one of the most important words that there is. It doesn't translate easily. When I think about and talk about the word Nirodha, I often remember people in the medical field, doctors and nurses and pharmacists. These people have a language of their own. When they talk pharmacology, they talk these words. The doctor scribbles something on a pad that's a prescription for something. The pharmacist, the chemist, can read it, and they know what it is, and they say, oh, well, it's a so. And they speak that language. We don't speak that language, so they know the meanings of all of those words. And it's kind of impressive, I think. But if we're going to go into any area or field of human endeavor, we need to learn some of the words of the language of that field. We do not have to become Sanskrit scholars. We just do not. It's not a requirement. But we need to know some of the key words. They're extremely useful, and Nirodha is one of them. And we have no single English word, nor do I know of any single word in any other language that is a direct one-for-one translation of this word Nirodha. So we have to keep moving around with a lot of different words, and gradually over time we get increasingly a field for what this word means. In the 1800s, when the Europeans were first translating some of these texts into the European languages, one fellow was teaching them first into German and then brought them into English and a few other of the European languages. The word Nirodha was first translated as suppression. Well, possibly the word suppression worked in some extent in the middle 1800s. But now, in the years that we are in now, this word suppression for Nirodha doesn't work very well. Why? Because of the coming of modern psychology. And everybody knows this now. Don't we all know this? That if you're in a relationship, you're in a marriage, you're in a family system, you're in a work environment with other human beings, and you sometimes have emotional crap going on in your life, what do you do with it? What is the principle that you do not do with emotional stuff like that? We all know it, don't we? Do not suppress your emotions. What happens if you suppress your emotion? It causes tremendous problems in relationships and with yourself, dealing with yourself. So don't do suppression or repression. But, 150 or more years ago, language was different. Language keeps evolving and shifting and changing, so we have to keep exploring words. So, back to Nirodha. What does Nirodha mean? It does not mean merely suppression. It does not mean control your mind in the way that we commonly hear of one person in a marriage trying to control their spouse. We hear of this, don't we? That's familiar. Don't try to control other people. So if you say, well, you're going to control your mind, it sounds like a negative sort of thing. But it gives you a slight idea of what Nirodha is about. Here's another phrase that we're all kind of familiar with: let go. To let go. Something's bothering you, what do you do with it? Let go of it. Your friend says to you, you're disturbed by something, well, let go of it. Or we'll say, well, forgive that other person and just move on. These are ways of talking about Nirodha. It's not suppression, but it's also not allowing stuff to come into the mind field and invade me and be troublesome. It's not controlling, but it is regulating. It's managing. We also have, for example, the word channeling. We're channeling the flow of energy operating in the mind. We're regulating our mind. We're coordinating the inner different aspects of our mind. The parts of the mind that is our sensory motor mind in yogic language is called manas. The indriyas, the cognitive senses, we're coordinating them. So we're coordinating the various aspects of our mental process. We're coordinating our buddhi, which in common English is sometimes called let your conscience be your guide. It's the principle that there is an intelligence inside of us, all of us, that kind of knows right from wrong. We know what we should do. We know what's not useful. We have a sense of what is useful. And how do we get our mind and our cognitive senses and our motor skills to coordinate well with our own intelligence? How do we coordinate all of those? And all of those give a feel for Nirodha. I don't think that it's possible to sit here and say a few words to you in a few minutes that gives you a completely full understanding of this word Nirodha. But I want to invite you, ponder the word, note it down, make it start to make it part of your vocabulary, and recognize that in fact the very definition of yoga in terms of Yoga Sutras, which is the greater text, if you will, in which Ashtanga Yoga resides, the actual sutra, the verse in which this Nirodha word appears is Yogaschita Vritti Nirodha, which means yoga, the definition of yoga, the entire process of yoga has to do with Nirodha. The whole process has to do with Nirodha. And in simple language, what just pops now into my mind is setting aside. That's a phrase for Nirodha. Setting aside everything in those few minutes of meditation, and deep meditation, setting aside everything that I am not. Nirodha. Play with the word, live with it, get to know it. Okay? Vrittis. V-R-I-T-T-I-S, another very important and useful word. It's in that I just mentioned a moment ago, the Yogaschita Vritti Nirodha, the definition of yoga, and the key word Nirodha that we were talking about. There's another word embedded in there called Vrittis. And whatever that word Nirodha means, it means set aside or control or coordinate or regulate, whichever one of those words it actually means, or all of them together. We're trying to do Nirodha to the vrittis that are in a thing called, or a place called, the chitta. What do these words mean? And again, I want to remind you that we're not trying to be language or Sanskrit scholars, but these are terminologies that go along with the process of Ashtanga Yoga, and they're important to understand. People who are very skilled with postures, with postural yoga, learn many, many Sanskrit names for very difficult physical postures. You learn the language to do that. The doctors and the nurses and the pharmacists learn the language of medicine, and we ought to learn some of the language of Ashtanga Yoga as we're doing it. And that's why we're introducing these terms to you. What are vrittis? The metaphor that is most commonly used is of waves in an ocean. Or you can think of little bitty waves on the surface of a small lake or a pond when a breeze comes by. And so it's called sometimes fluctuations in the mind field. So chitta is the mind-field. It's like there's a lake of the mind, and the lake has a bunch of little riplets going. Unfortunately, sometimes it seems like tsunami waves, doesn't it? You know, sometimes those little vrittis are pretty big and are kind of troublesome. Those are vrittis. Simply waves in the modifications of the mind field. Modifications is another word for vrittis. What is a modification? There's the lake. The lake is filled with water, and there's a modification or a shape change. A change in the shape of the surface of the lake, and we call it waves. But what it is a shift in the modifications of the surface of the lake. Where our ashram is in Florida, we're very close to an ocean. So I often ask people, go to the ocean and just sit there for some time and watch the waves and notice the way the waves move around. And this is what's happening in our mind field. And the waves in our mind field are the vrittis. And they are the vrittis in the chitta. The vrittis also, just like all these other words, as you hang out with this and spend time with this over a period of months and years, the depth of understanding of what vrittis means gets richer and richer and richer. And initially it may just seem like, well, vritti means just my memories of the argument that I had earlier in the day with my spouse, and those are troublesome vrittis. Well, you find that they get subtler and subtler and subtler as we progress in this whole process. But the important thing that I'm wanting to ask you to do now is simply be aware of the word vrittis. And the vrittis, dealing with these vrittis and getting nirodha, is what the 8 rungs, the ashtanga, is all about. And then the principle is we're setting aside who I'm not. Okay? Vrittis. Play with them. Laugh over vrittis. Vrittis are really, really humorous. If you allow yourself to see it, the vrittis that are going on in the mind field are really just tremendously humorous. People who hang out with this stuff and do these kind of practices together find that some of the most fun conversations in a playful kind of way, some of the most fun conversations are talking about the silliness of vrittis. Silliness of mind. Oh, silly mind. Vrittis. Play with them. Drashtu. Another very important word, it's actually one of my favorite words, I enjoy it tremendously, is drashtu. Drashtu. Remember we talked about vrittis, the fluctuations or the little waves on the surface of the lake of the mind field called chitta. And we talked about the definition of yoga. And remember, we're talking about these core principles as a foundation so that when we get to the actual discussion of the 8 rungs themselves, the ashtanga, it will make more sense. And so the definition we said of yoga is yogash chitta vritti nirodha, and it had something to do with just choosing one choice of words for nirodha. It had something to do with setting aside all of the fluctuations in the lake of the mind field that I am not. If we set aside just momentarily, if you're having just a deep, deep meditation and somehow you're able to set aside all of your attractions and aversions and false identities, then what happens is, here's the next principle, tada drashtu svarupe avastanam. And in the middle of that is this word drashtu. The word drashtu literally means seer. the one who is seeing. Now the use of see or seeing here is being used as a metaphor. It's only a symbolic word. It's not meaning literally that we care so much about the sense of sight. But it's being used because the seer, we could also use the word witness, but that word witness is not the word that's being used there. Well, you could use a fancy word, a Sanskrit word for consciousness, such as Atman or Purusha, which means pure consciousness, the center of consciousness. But that's not the word that is used in the Ashtanga Yoga tradition. The word that is used is drashtu. And so to me, it's a beautifully, beautifully chosen word because it's not giving a definition. It's avoiding giving a definition. If you say, well, then you know Atman, then it begs the question, well, what is an Atman? Can you explain to me what that is? And so it can end up with confusion. But it's an artfully chosen word that says, whoever is left, whatever the witness or seer, literally seer, the seer is what is left, and it rests in its own true nature, just standing alone. Sometimes this is called self-realization or enlightenment, or if you say it in a theistic way, it's God consciousness or Buddha consciousness or Christ consciousness. Different words are used for that. But the reason I so much like the word drashtu is that it avoids all of those topics which could be very, very controversial. And different people have different spiritual, religious perspectives, different belief systems. And so it artfully avoids falling into the trap of those kind of debates. Drashtu is simply whoever the seer is when you set aside, nirodha, everything that you are not, even for a few seconds, then what is left is who you are. And that's the drashtu, the seer, the one who is sitting here, back here, seeing through the process of seeing all of what's out here. There's a seer back here seeing through a process what's out here. And when we do nirodha and we set aside everything, or let go, or coordinate, and all that kind of stuff, all of the vrittis that are in the chitta, when we do that, then we succeed in the drashtu standing alone on its own. The seer back here is standing alone on its own. And then we can call that whatever we want. We can call it enlightenment or it doesn't matter what we call it. God consciousness, doesn't matter. Or just simply don't give it a name at all, just call it drashtu, then the seer. Drashtu. Isn't it a fun word? Another principle that I want to share with you, and here I'm not going to load you up with the Sanskrit words, but remember the principles, that as we're trying to have, good insights about what's real and true and trustworthy and all that kind of stuff, what we want when we have an insight, any kind of yogic insight, we want a convergence of three kinds of knowing. And here, knowing does not mean merely thinking about 1 + 1 = 2. It's not an intellectual knowing. If you feel love in your heart for another human being, that's a form of knowing. It's not an intellectual analysis. You have this knowing. It's the knowing of emotion. It is a form of knowing. Here, what we're talking about is often I will hear from a person and they will describe some subtle experience that they had in childhood. They had an experience. And the person will say, it will start something like this. May I ask you a question? I say, yes, sure, what? Well, this thing happened to me 20 years ago when I was in my childhood, and I've never understood it. Can you tell me if I'm crazy or if this is something? I say that playfully because I like playing. And so they'll tell me the story. And what they say, in the sentence it says, I had this experience and I don't understand it. And they're asking me, or they're reading a book. And a person will say, I finally, for the first time in my life, I read a passage in a book that said this, and I've been wondering about this for years. And when we finally know that we're on track with something is when we have a convergence of experience and reasoning and validation. When those three ways, when they stand alone, you're getting information. If I say something to you right now, I'm giving you information. You don't know if what I'm saying is accurate or not. I'm giving you information. But if to you it's reasonable, your logical mind can hear the common sense of what I'm saying, and if you have some experiences that go along with what I just said, then you, in that moment, you have a convergence of your own experience, your own reasoning, and an external book or voice or resource that is a trusted resource. And so sometimes we don't have a direct experience. We read about or hear about a line of reasoning, an explanation of something. We don't have any experience to go along with it, and we don't yet we don't really yet consider it to be validation, but we can follow the logic. We're intelligent people, we can follow the logic. And so then somewhere along the way we have some glimpses of experience to go along with that. If we say, for example, to a person that learning simple diaphragmatic breathing and breath awareness will have a calming effect on your mind, that's a piece of information. If we explain that in terms of the autonomic nervous system, of the central nervous system of our body, and we talk about the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system and the fight or flight response, there's a logic. We can follow the logic. It sounds reasonable. But if we haven't practiced the diaphragmatic breathing and breath awareness, we don't know it in direct experience, and it hasn't really been yet validated by somebody else. So we want the convergence. And that applies to all of these principles, and it's a principle that flows throughout the Ashtanga Yoga, throughout all eight rungs or limbs. We want to experiment ourselves. We want the direct experience of each and every part of the process, and we want to have it seem reasonable to us. We want it to just simply put, make sense. It just makes sense doing this in this way. And I'm getting it from a trusted resource. So if I say something in here and you want to validate, don't just take my word for it. If you're curious, and I hope you are, as you are more and more curious about this whole Ashtanga Yoga business, we'll talk some more about some resources for you, and you can explore it, and you can find some more validation through commentaries or discussions with teachers or people of traditions, and people have workshops and classes and all sorts of things. So there's validation. Again, just keeping in mind that what we're striving for is experience, reasonableness, and validation. And with this, a thing that is very important to cultivate is patience. You may know that I have an experience that I've had those years ago, and I have not yet met anybody who can explain it to me. Just cultivate patience, and one day you'll run into somebody or some book that will help it make sense. If there's something you read in a description of an aspect of practice or insight and it doesn't make sense, some of the principles that we're talking about here in this foundation for the Ashtanga, this early part of the course, is some of it, it may not quite make sense. Cultivate patience, and gradually over time, it's like filling in the blanks, and gradually things will move together. Just be patient. Be patient with it. Okay? Good. I know you will. Asavita is another word to introduce to you. There's a principle of, when we do these practices of Ashtanga Yoga, what is my attitude with which I do it? The attitude is one of assiduous dedication to doing it. It's a very strong, passionate determination to do this. There are three principles. We're giving you the word asavita because this is the one that is about the attitude of full dedication to putting attention into the practices. The other two parts of this triad are, how long do I do this? And the answer is not a prescription in terms of days or weeks or months or years or decades or lifetimes, but simply to say a long time. And to do it without a break, without a vacation. And there's no rule book sitting there telling you what that means. It's very common someone will say, well, how long should I meditate every day? Well, how long does it feel comfortable? If you say to yourself, I'm going to have a meditation time every morning, and I'm going to do 20 minutes of meditation or 10 minutes of meditation or whatever it is. What if you do 10 minutes, what are you going to do the other 23 hours and 50 minutes of the day? It's like saying, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to pay attention to my body and my breath and my mind and try to be aware of that drashtu. Try to be aware of the center of consciousness by whatever name you call it. I'm going to attempt to do that, and I'm going to do it for 10 minutes a day. And the other 23 hours and 50 minutes a day, I'm going to completely ignore it because I have a busy life. That's not the spirit. The spirit is somehow, it's not easy to do initially, but the spirit of it is, I'm going to be living these practices. I'm going to be doing it with a nice, proper, dedicated attitude. I'm going to do it constantly, every day, no vacation. I don't take a day off. If we're talking about regular meditation time, you say, well, I have a 2-week vacation from my job and I'm going to the islands to sit on the beach. So I'm going to go just sit on the beach, but I'm not going to do any meditation there. I'm not going to do any introspection. I'm going to forget all about nirodha. I'm going to forget all about drashtu. I'm going to forget about atta. I'm going to forget about anushasana. I'm going to forget about all these principles and practice just so I can eat, drink, and be merry. No vacation. And every day. And so gradually over time, it's not easy, but gradually over time, we find that we're able to do this pretty much all day long. An example of this is just a playful example of this. How do you remember self-awareness during the day? I have many, many times asked mothers, young mothers of young babies, please tell me, how often do you think of your baby? You know, if somebody else is keeping an eye on your baby a few minutes while you go run an errand somewhere, maybe it's a relative who you trust, or you're asking a mother, and maybe she, I mean this playfully, maybe she decides to trust her husband with the baby at home while she runs a quick errand. I mean that playfully. How often do you think of your baby? And I've never had any other answer. The word may be different, but the answer is always the same, constantly. I'm constantly aware of my baby. It doesn't matter where I am, doesn't matter where my baby is, I'm always aware of my baby. That's baby awareness without a break. And I'll sometimes playfully say, and how do you do that? What is the technique by which you remember to do that? And generally the answer always is, it requires no technique. It's just what I do. I just always am aware of my baby. I say, do you go around all day long saying baby, 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 baby? I have never once heard a mother say, yes, that's what I do. I go around saying baby, 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 baby all day long to keep aware, to keep mindful of that. And so when do we do these practices? All the time. Obviously, you're not sitting on your butt doing, a meditation asana. Obviously, you're not doing that 24 hours a day. But you're always doing some aspect of the greater process of what's called Ashtanga Yoga. When we get into the actual 8 rungs and limbs, we'll talk more, and then it'll make more sense about how some of these can be done right in the middle of daily life. And it's not a rigid rule. It's not a rigid thing. It's very gentle. It's very soft. Remember mother and the baby. It's very soft, very loving, very gentle. You do it for a long time with a dedicated attitude of awareness and no break for a long time. And for most of us, that means life. Pretty much months. Asavita. Asavita is the word that we were talking about with this. Assiduous awareness. Abhyasa and Vairagya. Here we have two words together because they're introduced together at the same time. And remember here that, again, we're talking about foundation principles so that the 8 rungs are understandable, and then we'll talk about, what you actually do with the 8 rungs. And at this moment, I'm thinking, I want to invite you to remember, don't turn this into work. If you've been watching through these videos up to this point, you might be feeling a little bit overwhelmed with some of these words. Please don't let it throw you off. Mostly, as you go through this the first time, if there's new words, allow to sink in for you the principles. The principles are much more important than the words. If you come back through this and watch it again and you play with this stuff and hang out with it, gradually the terminology will become second nature. But this is not about a memorizing lesson so that you can, pass an examination. We may in the course put some little quizzes in there, but I make a promise to you about any quizzes we put in there. I like to make quizzes just insanely obvious. I may say something like, which is more important, abhyasa or drinking a beer? And presuming that you'll know that drinking a beer is more important. No, abhyasa. Anyway, so please play with this. Hold it lightly. Please don't allow these terminologies to throw you off. Remember, I mentioned earlier the idea in the medical field that doctors and nurses and medical professionals and pharmacists, chemists, these people know the language of pharmacology. They know how to speak this language. We who are not in the medical field, we don't know their language. Every field of human inquiry has terminology to go with it. And if we're going to actually be able to practice traditional Ashtanga Yoga, we want to have some ideas about the terminology of what we're doing. And gradually, like as within any field, it will grow on you over time. And conversations will happen. You can write to us and ask any question you have, and the understanding will come. Abhyasa and Vairagya go together. The simple English translation of Abhyasa and Vairagya is practice and non-attachment. The word abhyasa means practice, but it has a particular slant to it. There's another word that also means practice that is called sadhana. Sadhana gets translated into English as practice. Abhyasa gets translated into English as practice. So it can easily look like abhyasa and sadhana are the same thing. They are not. They're both practice, but there's two principles that are different there. They may be subtle principles, or once you see the subtlety, the subtle difference, you realize, wow, they're significantly different, but they tremendously go hand in hand. First let me mention the sadhana word. If you have a specific practice, if you say the 8 rungs, well, the 8 rungs are very systematic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ashtanga. The 8 rungs are part of sadhana. It's a very specific thing. If you learn a particular breathing practice, that is an example of an item of sadhana. If you learn to develop a sitting posture, sitting asana for meditation, that is part of sadhana. The word abhyasa, which also means practices, is much broader. It's much more foundational, which is why we're talking about it here. And abhyasa, as practices, means literally choosing to do the things in life that lead you toward a steady, stable state of mind, tranquility. That what I'm trying to do is find a way for my mind to be calm, for there to be equanimity, peacefulness, a sense of calm, simply that. And so what will lead me to tranquility or a state of calm? Doing those practices in life that lead me toward that. And that word, the word for that is abhyasa. So we want to live this principle of abhyasa. It can be a good foundation for making decisions. A friend calls you up on the telephone and invites you to go somewhere and do some activity. I'm not saying you hang up on your friend and say, let me call you back while I sit here and think about it for a while. It becomes second nature, that you realize that this activity is just stress building. This is actually not going to help me have calm peace of mind. I think I'm not going to do that activity. Or your friend calls you up to do, I'm trying to not put force examples in because I think you can easily do that yourselves. Or something else, a friend calls you up and you say, maybe it's to go a place in nature, or go to listen to some nice music, or take a walk in the park or something. You say, oh, that would be very nice. I think, yes, let's go do that. And you're thinking in the back of your mind the principle of abhyasa. I'm going to make the decisions in life that lead me to calm and tranquility. This is abhyasa. It's a very broad term. A lot of the sadhana practices that we do in yoga have the effect of leading there, but it's also, as you may have encountered, it's very easy to exert yourself with the principle that says put out 110%, and you're getting yourself all stressed out trying to do yoga of some kind or another. That's not abhyasa. That's stress producing. Abhyasa means make the decisions that bring a calm state of mind. Okay? And the other word, abhyasa and vairagya means non-attachment. And non-attachment is a term, a process that grows slowly, considerably over a long period of time. It may start out with saying things like, I want to be non-attached. I'm going to be non-attached to my old habit. I have this chai, tea, and coffee habit. I'm drinking too much caffeine. And I need to have non-attachment to my habit and cut out my caffeine. But non-attachment is subtler, it's learned. It's not just about objects. It gets softer and softer and gentler, and we gradually start to see that it is not a thing unto itself. Rather, non-attachment means the absence of clinging. It's an attitude, the absence of clinging through attachment or aversion. We were talking earlier about vrittis, and those vrittis that are the fluctuations, the little waves rising in the mind field, those vrittis, most of them that cause us trouble, they are because of an underlying attachment. Or in relationship with other people, another word for attachment is expectation. We have expectations about how our co-workers and our boss and our spouse and our children and our parents and our family members and social acquaintances and politicians and on and on and on. It's so easy to have expectations about how those other people are going to behave. Have you ever noticed how the other people in your life have a habit of doing what they want to do rather than what I want them to do? Maybe you don't have that in your life. I think most of us do. And so those are expectations. Those are attachments. And what we're attempting to do, it's not to say that it's easy, and it doesn't mean that we're approving of every behavior of every person in our life. But we're increasingly coming to accept that that's just the way that person is. Have you ever noticed in relationships that end up very close and end up in marriage, very, very commonly the little bitty behaviors that are there when you first meet that person, you're getting to know each other, are endearing, they're sweet, they're just cute little habits that the person has. Think about it. We've all probably experienced that, but then after some period of time, after a few years goes by, those things are not cute anymore. They're now irritating. Well, what happened? Well, something changed. Why is it no longer a cute behavior and now it's irritating? Something changed internally. An expectation arose in some way, and we have drifted away from our stance of non-attachment, and we have become attached. And it's in this way that attachments cause us trouble in life. And when we are trying to have tadadrastu svarupevasana, when we're trying to do the things that allows the drastu to rest in its own true nature, then part of that journey is a major part. In some sense, you can describe the whole journey of Ashtanga Yoga as one of non-attachment. That the whole journey is about abhyasa and vairagya. These two principles are very, very foundational. They come together, and you can fairly say that it is the whole journey. And so you allow it to sit there as a foundation. Learn the two principles, play with them gently, lovingly, and learn to gradually practice them in your life. Abhyasa and vairagya. Abhyasa, here's another easy way to hold this abhyasa and vairagya business. Abhyasa says, I'm practicing doing those things that lead me to calm and tranquility. And how do I do that? I just gently, gently, gently keep going, keep moving forward. Today's a new day, just keep moving forward. Keep practicing finding tranquility. And what is the vairagya? Let go. Let go. Simply let go. Moving forward and letting go. Abhyasa and vairagya. Antaraya. Here's another fancy word, antaraya. It's not terribly important that you remember that word, but the word is antaraya. It simply means obstacles. There's a section of the foundations in the early Yoga Sutras that are part of the preparation for being able to do the Ashtanga, the 8 rungs. Antaraya simply means obstacles. And in the text of Yoga Sutras, the author, Patanjali, outlines, I playfully sometimes, just because I like to be playful, I playfully call them the 13 yucky things. And what it points out there is simply that there are 9 naturally occurring obstacles. And I'm not even going to try to list all 9 of them to you because it's not important exactly what they are. Sometime to go take a look at them and go, maybe we'll put it in a resource for you or not. I don't know. We are going to put some of this in resources so you can look at it. But antaraya is obstacles. So some of the obstacles, they naturally occur. If you feel like you've made some progress in any aspect of yoga, and you feel like, I was doing pretty good with this thing a month ago, and today I feel like I've just totally lost it. I think we've all had that feeling before. It's one of the obstacles. If you feel sad today, and in our common language, often we may not tell our friends this, but we say, I'm feeling depressed lately. Depression or sadness, not meaning clinical, diagnosable, medicationable, I don't think that's a word, but it doesn't mean clinical depression and I need a psychiatrist. But sadness or depression is one of the things on the list. There are predictable things. Life can be hard at times. And just because we're practicing any of the aspects of yoga, but even the depth of Ashtanga Yoga, it does not mean that it's without obstacles. In fact, The way I look at this foundational part is that this is really, really extremely good news. The good news is I'm not alone. This stuff was talked about thousands of years ago, and I'm still experiencing right now in this century, in this millennium, the same kinds of obstacles to life that the people were experiencing back then a couple thousand years ago before they wrote this down and systematized it into Ashtanga Yoga. They were experiencing the obstacles in life, and it's not a big deal. If we know that other people are going through it and that it's been documented for thousands of years that there are obstacles, then this is what happens. It's okay, well then I can cut myself some slack, to use a simple language term. I can be nice to myself. I can be loving to myself. I can forgive myself. And so 9 of the thing that happens, and it says basically, and as if that's not bad enough, that triggers 4 more yucky things. And one of which is irregularity of the breath. So your breath is a barometer and your breath goes off. And again, I'm not going to try to hear, it's not important for me to try to elucidate for you all 13 of the yucky things, but just to playfully say that obstacles are a predictable part of the journey and it's not a big deal. Don't beat up on yourself. Please don't beat up on yourself. And in fact, understanding that even beating up on ourselves is part of the natural obstacles. It's part of what we do. Why? Because we have minds. We are consciousness. We operate out in the world through bodies and through brains and through minds. And minds have troubles and bodies have troubles. And breath becomes irregular. And it's all okay. That's the principle that I want you to know in this segment here. Obstacles are natural. Don't beat up on yourself, please. Just keep going. Abhyasa and Vairagya. Just keep going, abhyasa and vairagya. And increasingly, over time, gradually, more and more, the drastu will start to reveal itself. That seer, that true self, will gradually start to become more accessible and more clear. Be kind to yourself. The obstacles are not a big deal. They're natural. Okay, another section that we wanted to talk with you about is, and there's a little breather with this one too, because I'm not going to give you any Sanskrit words here. There's quite a few principles that are introduced prior to the introduction of the Ashtanga, of the 8 rungs. And it has to do with stabilizing the mind. In general, what we are doing with the 8 rungs, more will come later, but in general, what we are doing with the 8 rungs is training our ability to pay attention, to be very, 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 very sharp, and to be able to turn that inward into our field of conscious and unconscious mind, so that we can do that nirodha business that we already talked about, so that the drastu can rest in its true nature. But before we can do that degree of introspection, we need to stabilize the mind. What does it mean to stabilize the mind? The habit of most of our minds is to kind of wander all over the place. Watch 2 people who are friends sitting together having a conversation or a cup of coffee. You can watch the mouths that are just going constantly. Look what's going on in our world right now. Everybody has cell phones and people are sitting there texting constantly. Behind every thumb movement or finger, I'm not good with my thumbs, but behind every finger movement, there's a mind that's internally thinking those words to push the buttons to text the other person. This is what our minds are doing. And if we say, well, we're going to do this Ashtanga Yoga business and we're going to introspect the nature of our mind field, before we are able to do that, we need to stabilize the mind, that very mind that has this habit of constantly running all over the place. So we need to learn to make the mind focused. And there are many ways to do that, and that has to do with stabilizing the mind. In the other talk, we talked about the 13 yucky things, and a principle is introduced there that says the antidote, the treatment, so to speak, for all of those 13 yucky things, and as well as this mind that goes all over the place, is to stabilize the mind with what's called ekagra. I said I wasn't going to give you a word and it just slipped out. Oops. Ekagra is one-pointedness. It simply means the ability to train the mind to be focused. We all already know this principle. Every one of us already knows this principle. I'll give you one example that you've probably experienced before. You have a stressed out day, a busy, chaotic day. You go home, you walk in the living room of your house, and you sit down on the couch and you pick up the clicker and you turn on the television, right? Maybe you put on a DVD and watch a movie, or you go to Netflix, or you're surfing, or you're going to check your Facebook page or something like that. What is it that we're actually doing when we do that? We've just had a busy, chaotic day. We're walking into our home and we're doing something to make the mind one-pointed. The mind becomes one-pointed on the television show or the Facebook messages or whatever it is. The mind is becoming one-pointed, and it allows us to have some degree of stability, of letting go of the activities that were stressful on the job a few hours ago. And it kind of works a little bit, doesn't it? We all know this, I think. But does it ultimately work to get absorbed in a new addiction called Facebook addiction? Or whatever it is. I think we all kind of know that, but the underlying principle is of training the mind to be one-pointed. I'm just saying that to say to you that I think that by example, every one of us already understands to some degree this yogic principle of stabilizing the mind. We may not be doing it very well. There may be some much better, more useful ways to do it. But at this point, this is what I'm wanting you to hear and acknowledge. If you say, well, I'm going to use a mantra for meditation, that's one of the ways of stabilizing the mind. You know, I'm going to meditate on loving kindness and attitude towards other people. That's one of the ways of stabilizing the mind. There are other ways of stabilizing the mind, but again, here the principle I'm wanting you to hear is that the process itself of stabilizing the mind, there are a variety of ways to do it, and one of the suggestions in the traditional preparation says, concentrate your mind on anything that you find pleasing. What if you say, well, I find my Facebook page pleasing? Well, okay, that's why I say it kind of works a little bit. Hopefully you'll evolve beyond Facebook pages, and maybe going through Udemy courses has that kind of effect. Maybe being here together doing this has that kind of effect. But I hope that you can take the principle and go beyond just watching my nice smiling face talk to you. The principle is there. That's what I'm trying to communicate right now, is that we want to learn to stabilize our noisy mind that's going all over the place. And once we've learned something about stabilizing the mind, that's not the end of the journey. That's actually part of the preparation for the journey. We already talked about the principle that said, Atta Yoganushasanam. Now I'm actually ready to dive into doing this stuff. I'm ready to dive into the discipline. Now we're at a point that I'm talking about what does it mean to do discipline. And one of the disciplines is, how do I stabilize my mind so that I can do the subtler, deeper introspections into the nature of my conscious and unconscious mind and my samskaras and my karmas and all those kind of subtler, deeper things. But remember, just remember, what we're trying to do in part initially is learn to stabilize the mind. And again, be nice to yourself. Please be kind to yourself. Don't feel overwhelmed by any of this. It comes in time. Stabilize the mind. And there's principles and practices on how to do that. And then that leads to the ability to more fruitfully live and do and practice the Ashtanga part, the 8 rungs. Okay? And please be nice to yourself, and gentle, and kind, and loving. Yamas. Now we'll start into some brief discussions of the 8 angas, the 8 rungs or limbs. The first one of the 8 rungs or limbs is the yamas, and there are 5 yamas. As we start into the 8 rungs and the 5 yamas, remember that we've designed this course in such a way that first we covered some foundation principles. Now we're going to talk about the 8 rungs, and then we're going to have a section where we're going to talk about what to do with the 8 rungs. But if we start talking about what to do with the 8 rungs before we review them, then it doesn't make sense. So first we ought to chat a little bit about, just in general, in very general principles, what the 8 rungs are. The first rung, yamas, has predominantly to do with our relationship with the world out there, with my relationship with other people and the rest of the world. I say other people because most of our relationships that we experience in the world are in the relation between me and other people, family members, friends, co-workers, people in my community. So the 5 principles, these are principles. They are commitments. They are not, as sometimes have been called, commandments. The 5 principles, the 5 commitments of yourself to yourself, are not rules that you break or violate when you have done wrong. The foundation principle, the first yama, is called ahimsa. This is not meant as a language lesson, but there's a funny thing that happens with Sanskrit. When you use a word and then you put when you put the sound or letter A or ah in front of it, it reverses it. So the first one is ahimsa. Himsa means violence or harming or causing pain. Ahimsa means not causing pain or harming. And many of this, I've sat many times with a group of people, we're talking about ahimsa, and you can pose a question like this and say, how many of us in this group think that we're likely to get up from here and go take a stick and start beating people up? Or how many of us are likely to go take a gun and go shoot somebody? And nobody in the group is likely to do that. So there's levels at which harming is being talked about. There are some people in the world who are struggling very, very much, and if they were to follow this kind of path, they might very much start with the most obvious, most external levels of non-harming. For the rest of us, it's not that it can be tempting to look at nonviolence and say, violence, I know what violence is. I see it in the news all the time. I see it in movies. I see what violence is. I'm not doing violence. It's very tempting to take our mental pen and check that box off and say, okay, got that one. I'm nonviolent. I don't hurt people in those extreme kinds of ways. There's a subtlety to this business of ahimsa. The root of himsa actually has to do with pushing against. Think about this yourself. Don't take my word for it. Think of how easy it is in your closest relationships, such as family and close workers and close friends. Think how easy it is to have had a bad day and you're just not in a perfect mood. And your friend or your family member speaks to you in some way, and you say something with a slight attitude behind it that's not quite nice as it could be. You say, well, I'm a very nice, kind, wonderful, loving person. But notice the fact of how easy it is to accidentally say something to someone you love, and it has a tone to it that's sort of pushing against that person. And so all of us do this. We have personalities, we live in personalities, and we interact with other human beings. In the first section, we were talking some about obstacles and how obstacles are natural and that we need not beat up on ourselves over this. This is one of the examples where this is an extremely important point. We have personalities, we have egos, we have minds, we engage other people in the external world. And sometimes we have little habits of doing things with the people we love. We really do love them, and they're just not nice. They're just not nice. They're not extremely violent, but they're They have a little bit of himsa in them. They have a little bit of pushing in them. So this first yama has to do with, first and foremost, being aware of our own habit of sometimes pushing against other people. And sometimes we push against ourselves, and that's not useful either. And so the principle of ahimsa is to notice that we do this, not so that we can beat up on ourselves or say that I'm bad because I pushed, but so we can simply be aware that we have done this and that it's not useful. We can be aware ourselves this is not useful, and we gradually train ourselves to refrain from pushing against the people we love. Here's a fun experiment you might want to play with. Think of one person in your life that is the closest person to you, and make an agreement with yourself. Doesn't have to be an agreement to the other person or with the other person, but you can make an agreement with yourself internally that says, with this one person I'm going to run an experiment, and I will do absolutely nothing under any circumstance to harm this person. And to do that practice, you're being aware of how easy it is to make a little comment that's not nice to the person, or a little movement of body language, how very, very easy that is. And so you're running an experiment with yourself that says, I just am not going to do that with this person ever. And if you catch yourself doing that, it's not so that you're running around chanting the mantra, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, because I'm so bad, I'm sorry I did that to you. It's not that. And maybe sometimes you acknowledge that to the other person, and maybe it's as simple as saying, you know, I said something to you earlier today, or I gave you this funny look earlier today, and you know, I just wanted to acknowledge, not to say I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, but just to acknowledge, you know, I've been having a bad day. I've been carrying around a little bit of stress from work, and I just want to let you know, just to remind you that I really love you dearly, and that was a boo-boo. And it just happened. Run the experiment. But the root of this, remember, the root of ahimsa is non-harming. And the simple way to hold that applies to all of us is not pushing against, refraining from pushing against. One more final little note on this thing with ahimsa. The ahimsa happens at the level of thoughts, speech, and actions. Sometimes I mentioned we do it sometimes through gestures or body language. That's an action. We do it externally. Sometimes it's just thinking in our own mind. We don't say it to the other person, and we don't reflect it in body language. So it's useful to remember that it's thoughts, speech, and actions. These are the ways in which we can do himsa. And we just gradually want to practice not doing that. Okay, the second of the 5 yamas, remember the yamas are rung or limb number 1. The second one is satya, which means truthfulness. At its most obvious level out here, it means practicing simple, being honest with other people. Now remember that being honest with other people does not mean walk all over ahimsa. It's like you say to a person, you know, I need to give you some constructive criticism. I need to be honest with you. I think you're a jerk. I'm meaning to say that playfully. We would not, probably most of us, say it like that. Well, that's allowing satya, truthfulness, honesty, to supersede non-harming. And the principle, the yogic principle, is that the foundation, the ground of these is ahimsa, non-harming, non-pushing. But so the satya, the truthfulness, and again, we can all live this. We're all intelligent. We can learn through practice what it means to be honest with other people. So satya means truthfulness, and at one level it means just being honest. The subtler way to hold satya, what it's really ultimately about. Remember, all of this yoga process is one of introspection. When we talked about nirodha, we talked about setting aside. We're setting aside so that we can experience the drashtu, the seer. And so here, what we are trying to do is have our inner awareness of me, my inner mind and emotional life be in alignment with what's out here. And that does not mean taking my bad habits inside and now I'm going to be honest and dump them on the people of the world. Let me, whatever this means for us individually, different ways of doing it, but let me learn to make my own mind and emotion balanced and coordinated and healthy so that what I'm putting out in my relationships to the world are in alignment with what's going on inside. And that's the spirit of the truthfulness. The third yama is astaya. Steya means stealing or taking. It may be literally taking objects, but again, that's the sort of gross level. We're not thieves. We're not breaking into other people's homes to steal stuff. Some people are dealing with non-stealing asteya at that kind of level. For most of us, it comes in the way of unintentionally, so to speak, accidentally taking advantage of other people, using their time, for example, when it's not appropriate. Watch people in conversations and you'll see one taking the time away from the another person, taking away their right to freedom and free living. We do this sometimes in families. You know, who's the most important person in the family? It can accidentally, it may be unintentional, maybe with underneath it all a very pure heart. It may be, I'm the most important person in the family, and so I'm in effect stealing from the other people in the family. Good parents, whatever good parents mean, are kind of aware of this already. They know to not overly put the children on a pedestal. It's not about that, but they don't need to keep taking, that the children are now my property and they are here to serve me. Don't steal from the children. Don't steal from your spouse. Don't steal from the people closest to you. And it's a life experiment again. We experiment, we pay attention. Go back to that one person that I suggested. Take that one person to whom you say internally to yourself, my commitment to me is I will do absolutely nothing to harm that person. And so here it's I'm going to not steal from that person. And notice, you'll discover it for yourself, the habits that most of us have in our mind to accidentally, unintentionally fall into taking from the other person. And so this is not a criticism. We're not bad people. We're not sinners. We're not bad. We're not defective. But this is part of the way human personality works. But remember that what the yogi in us is attempting to do is that nirodha business, so we can temporarily set aside everything so I can experience the infinite drashtu, the seer, the self, underneath it all. So this asteya business is a part of that. And notice that when we are taking from other people in our environment, there is a pushing quality to it. So all of these other yamas, the other four yamas, are all subtleties of the first one, ahimsa. So it's the ground of all five of them, and we see it repeating. Asteya, non-stealing, or which again, it's like the truthfulness. It starts with awareness. Be aware. There's nothing wrong with you because you notice that sometimes a part of your mind wants to take from other people. Sometimes we take from other people by creating the appearance that I'm here to serve that person. I'm here to make you feel good. And what I'm actually doing is taking from the person because I have a need to be a caretaker, for example. And so I'm taking from the other person. These are just accidents. They're unintentional. We're not being mean. We love the other person. But just be mindful, and you'll notice it yourself. And most of these things, these are internal processes. All of these processes of Ashtanga Yoga are internal. These internal processes are between you and you. If it's that close person, close relationship, you may have conversations sometimes talking with one another about your internal process and your silly habits of mind that you do. But it's an internal process. So a lot of these, you'll notice your tendency to take from other people, and you have no need and never will go sort of dumping it out on everybody around you. It's just, oh, look, I did it again. Oops. I like to say it like this sometimes. Oops, silly mind, you just did it again. I just took something from that other person. The fourth of the yamas is brahmacharya. This is one that is often overlooked, the subtlety of it. Often it is translated as celibacy, and then people are trying to figure out, how do I live in life without fulfilling the sexual desire? And it's a misunderstanding what brahmacharya is about. Brahmacharya means remembering Brahman nature. Brahman is one of those words that is the name of that lake that we're talking about. What is the name of that one non-dual infinite reality? It's Brahman. It's just a word. Sometimes in common language we call it oneness. And so the practice of brahmacharya is to be in, as close as we can do it, constant remembrance that everything around me is a part of that one non-dual reality, literally everything. Here's the magic of what happens. If my mind is involved in remembering that truth, then what happens to my sensory desires, whether it's the desire for sex or more junk food or whatever it happens to be? Or to put it in theistic terms, if I'm always thinking about God, then I'm not thinking about junk food. And if I'm thinking about divine, then I'm not always thinking about having sex. There's nothing wrong with sex. There's nothing wrong with having good food. But brahmacharya does not mean suppressing or repressing desires, including sexual desires. Live it wisely, make good choices and live it wisely. But what it does have to do with is cultivating slowly over time a constant awareness of what commonly many of us call oneness, which the fancy word is Brahman, hence brahmacharya. The fifth and final of the yamas is aparigraha, which means non-acceptance of gifts. Again, there is a gross level of this practice and there's a subtler aspect. The grossest aspect of this almost overlaps with ashta, with non-stealing and stealing. So it's not taking from other people. It's not attempting to find a way. But it doesn't mean that your family member or a person who really respects you says, I have this thing, I want to give you this so-and-so. It doesn't mean you say, no, I'm practicing Ashtanga Yoga, so I have to say no to you, go away, keep your gift. That's not the principle. One of the ways in which we're sometimes given a gift that is extremely useful to be aware of is if somebody starts to give you some of what is, years ago used to be called constructive criticism. Somebody says, I want to give you some constructive criticism, and then dumps a bunch of stuff on top of you. It's an attempt to give you a gift. For the yogi, it's saying, no, I do it to yourself, note to self. Aparigraha, this is a gift this person is giving me, and I'm not going to accept the gift. I'm simply not accepting that gift. It doesn't mean you dump back on the person and fight back, but aparigraha is letting go and not quickly taking on gifts from others. And again, it doesn't mean don't be nice to friends and family. Aparigraha. So the 5 yamas, and they go together. Remember, ahimsa is the foundation. Ahimsa is non-harming, not pushing against. Satya is truthfulness, where I'm gradually trying to have my inside and my outside actions, speech, and behaviors in alignment with one another. Asteya means not taking. Brahmacharya means cultivating constant remembrance of the oneness called Brahman. And aparigraha means not accepting all of the gifts that are coming to me. These are rung or limb 1 of the angas, of the 8. Of the ashtanga, this is number 1, the yamas. Play with it, have fun with it. Niyamas. The niyamas are rung or limb number 2 of the 8 rungs or limbs Ashtanga. Ashtanga Yoga. Ashta means 8, as we've talked about. So this is number 2. If you recall, we talked about the yamas. The yamas had to do predominantly with my relationship with the world out here, and very much with the people of the world out there. The niyamas starts to move inward, and it's more about my relationship with me. Me as a body, breathing, personality, mind-based person. I have a relationship with the world and the people out there. The yamas is predominantly about that. The niyamas is predominantly about me dealing with me. And obviously there's a tremendous amount of overlap between these things, which is one of the reasons that they are called limbs as well as rungs. It's not just this, then this, then this, then this. It's not that we gain complete mastery over the yamas, checklist, check that off the list. Now I'm going to move on to the niyamas. We practice them all, and that's the limbs concept of anga. The rungs concept, we see that we see for ourselves, our own experience, that they do build upon one another. So now in this business of the niyamas, of me relating to me, the first niyama, the first of the 5, is saucha, which is usually described generally as purifying. The word purifying is there. It could also mean balancing, or it could be something like making healthy body and mind. The key there is that it's about body and mind. And it's me acknowledging that I live in a body. I have a body. Body is not ultimately who I am. I am that drastu, I am consciousness, or something like that. But I have a body, so I'm operating outward through a body. And I have a mind. I may have some aspects of my mind that are sort of less than perfect. I have some habits of my mind that are less than perfect. But I am operating outward through a mind, and I am operating outward through a body. Saucha, the simple principle of saucha, is to make the body and the mind balanced, purified, healthy. What do you do with the body? If one were to make a checklist, it could be a very, very long checklist of what to do with the physical body. In terms of the 8 rungs and the 5 niyamas, it's not an attempt to give this long checklist that these are the rules of what you must do to purify your body. But at a minimum, it has something to do with having regular sleeping habits. It has something to do with eating good food. It has something to do with physical exercise. In modern postural yoga, there have been a tremendous amount of adaptations and advancements helping people work with their bodies to make them solid and healthy and flexible so that they can do the remainder of these rungs of what Ashtanga Yoga is about, so that you can ultimately have the direct experience of being one with that lake of consciousness that we were talking about. So we work with the physical body, having regular sleep. The cycle, we naturally go through a cycle of activity in the day, and then the body needs its rest. The brain too needs its rest. This is a part of dealing with the body. Purifying the mind. What does that mean to purify the mind? It means developing attitudes, and there's other attitudes that are described elsewhere in the Yoga Sutras that are a part of cultivating attitudes. Has to do with the mind. And we see that the way in which I'm living the yamas in those relationships to other people, if I'm pushing against other people, if I find that I'm taking the time from other people as examples, if I'm doing that, I am doing it. Somebody internally is doing that. This is the habits of the mind, and I need to work on that at the level of my own mind. This is the principle of saucha, to train my own body and mind. The second niyama is santosh, or santosha. It means contentment. It's cultivating contentment. One of the things that sometimes happens with a misunderstanding of the whole of yoga and of Ashtanga Yoga and of contentment is you see a thing that says the goal of yoga is to have a peaceful, calm, tranquil mind. No, that was abhyasa. We talked about that in the first section, abhyasa and vairagya. That's a part of the process, but it's actually preparation. And contentment, too, is part of the foundation of what we're trying to do. So what we're doing with santosh is cultivating a content state of mind that says, I have the tools that I need to do these practices. I have the ability. I am content with what's around me. I don't need another house. I don't need to have 3 or 4 cars. I don't need to have more millions of dollars. It's easy for the desire list of our untrained mind. Remember, Saucha, the untrained mind, it's easy for it to have lots of habits and expectations of what's going to bring me satisfaction or contentment in life. And that's not the meaning here of santosh. It's the recognition, we cultivate it gradually. It's the recognition that I have contentment. I am content with what I have. I have the instruments, I have the life, I have the situation to be able to do this process of yoga. I have enough around me. There's 2 words that sometimes get sort of mixed up. One is contentment and the other is satisfied. If you have slept through the night and you have not eaten a meal since around sunset of the night before, you wake up, you get out of bed, and you're hungry. And so you have a nice, good, healthy breakfast. Why are you having a nice, good, healthy breakfast? Because you're purifying your body. Saucha, you're having a good, healthy breakfast. When you finish the breakfast, you feel satisfied. Your hunger is satisfied. That's not the same usage of word as the word contentment. Contentment is more the one that says, I have designed a good lifestyle. I'm doing saucha. I'm training my body and my breath. I'm doing good with my relationships with other people through the yamas. Things are pretty good. I'm learning how to do this stuff. I have some form or another of educational training. I'm doing work in the world that is serving other people. And because of all of this, I'm cultivating an attitude of contentment. So there's a discernment between contentment and satisfaction. The third niyama is tapas. Tapas has to do with training the senses. Sometimes tapas is done to an extreme and is misunderstood, and it's things like violating the body in some extreme practices. You know, some extreme is things like people claiming to be yogis laying on beds of nails, you know, and in some religious orders or sects, they will beat on themselves with leather whips and things like this. And these can be called things being done for the sake of tapas, and that it's beating up on yourself so that you can absorb the pain. And that's not what tapas is about. Tapas is about training our senses, smelling, tasting, seeing, touching, and hearing, and our sensory motor activities. The word tapas literally translates as fire. What it's referring to is the emotional fire. Think of any habit that you've ever had. If it's too much caffeine or you've been eating too much fat in your diet or too much sugar or too much coffee or quitting smoking cigarettes, aside from the physiological responses, withdrawal from doing these kind of actions, notice that something happens in the mind. We all know this. There's an emotional fire that happens with it. It's difficult. If you're trying to stop that behavior, you're trying to change a habit pattern, Why is it hard? Because you're doing good with letting go of this thing, this activity, and you do good with it for a few hours or a few days. And the next thing you know, you're back at it again, right? There's an emotion, there's a strong, intense emotion that goes on with it. When we are doing this process of purifying the body and mind, there is a natural internal resistance to it. When we talked in the first section about the obstacles that come, one of them is losing the ground that you have gained. This is a place where this happens. You lose the ground you gain. You've been doing really good with some aspect of self-training. Maybe it was the one about ahimsa that you've been practicing not pushing against your spouse. And all of a sudden one day you push and it doesn't feel nice emotionally. And then sometime you're feeling in a bad mood and you catch yourself about to take it out on some other person. You don't even tell them about it. You're holding it internally and you're riding through the emotional fire. This is tapas. It's the willingness. It is the willingness to recognize that this stuff is not easy. It's difficult, and sometimes there's a fire. There's an emotional resistance to it. And tapas means the willingness to ride through the storm. Of the 5 niyamas, which is rung or limb number 2 of the 8, which is called ashta or ashtanga, the 4th of those niyamas is svadhyaya. Sometimes that is translated by people as repeating mantras. That's not what it's about. Repeating mantras is a very, very useful part of practice. But in the old-fashioned traditional teachings of yoga, where things are written down in Yoga Sutras or Bhagavad Gita or Upanishads in these various texts, in the way that these are described, literally every sentence in our common language, when we will talk about, when you read a poem, you read the verses of a poem. If you were referring to that, speaking in terms of Sanskrit in some of these old texts, you would say, we may say we are reading verses of it, but the way that it would be more traditionally said is you are reading the mantras of it. So it simply means the recorded teachings. And so svadhyaya means practicing that which is described in those written, outlined teachings. So when we are practicing the yamas and the niyamas, and we are doing that in our relationships with other people, and we're doing saucha internally, purifying my own body and mind, and we're sort of following the instructions, we're following the outlines, that is svadhyaya. So the svadhyaya actually means looking at the instructions and following the instructions and doing introspections. Looking within, looking at the nature of my own habit patterns. This is svadhyaya. And it does not just mean walking around chanting Om, 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 or Om Namah Shivaya, or any mantra like that. It's a very good thing to do, but svadhyaya is not limited to that. What it means is follow the verses and practice them. Follow the mantras and practice them. Follow the guidance that's given in the form of verses or mantras. 4th niyama. Notice how these work together. Feel it as you go back through this. Notice the way in which yamas deals with my relationship with the world, predominantly its people out there. And that the niyamas predominantly has to do with me in relationship to me within. And obviously what I do out there and what I'm doing in here go together. I think that's sort of obvious. That's the principle behind it. So the 5th niyama is called Ishvara Pranadhana, which means surrender. And we each get to decide which way in which we want to look at this business of surrender. If you view it in a theistic way, in alignment with your own religious or spiritual background, that's entirely okay. The principle is You are cultivating a spirit of surrender back into that divine force, that deity, that Godhead sometimes called, if you hold it in that kind of way. There's a subtler aspect of it that does not require, yoga does not require you to follow any particular religious view. If you happen to have one, that works fine. It's not telling you what religion to follow or none at all. But the spirit of it is that there is a ground consciousness out of which we emerge, and everything goes back into it. And so it's simply surrendering into that. So what am I surrendering? I'm surrendering everything who I think I am back to where it came from. We get a glimpse of this. Every one of us gets a glimpse of this surrender process when you go to bed at night to go to sleep. You lay down on the bed, you put your head on the pillow, you may scrunch up a little, pull the sheet up over you, and what do? You surrender your senses, you surrender your thinking mind, you surrender your ego back into that from which it awoke this morning at sunrise and got up. You're surrendering, going back in. This is the spirit of Ishvara Pranadhana. It's the surrendering part that's important. And you can think of it as I'm a wave in the ocean of bliss, and I as a wave am surrendering myself back into the ocean. Footnote, I've always been the ocean all along. So it's my own deluded thinking that thinks I'm an individual wave and I'm surrendering back into the ocean. I say that as a footnote. But the important part of Ishvara Pranadhana has to do with this aspect of surrendering. And you can hold that in the way that you want to hold it. If there's a particular tradition that you were grown up in, and you enjoy that tradition, and you have some concept of Godhead, and you want to surrender into that him or her or it, that works entirely okay. But it's not a requirement. The important part of Ishvara Pranadhana is the act of surrendering. So again, the niyamas. Remember the yamas, that the yamas had to do with out there, and in the niyamas, there is saucha, an attitude of purifying my body and my mind. Purifying what? Body and mind. Okay, remember that mind. Purify body and mind. Body and mind. I need to deal with that somehow. And then I'm going to cultivate santosh, contentment. I'm really okay. Sometimes life seems a little bit hard, but in truth, everything's really okay, and I know how to move forward. I know how to take the steps to live happy in the world, and I'm going to be doing this. Tapas, third niyama. I know I'm going through some tough times. I know that there are obstacles we talked about before. I know there are obstacles, but I can ride through the storm. I have the stamina to be able to ride through the storm, and that's tapas, the third niyama. And I'm going to be mindful of the verses, the mantras that are guiding me, and I'm going to put them into practice. And if we're talking about mantras to recite or repeat that help me go inward, I'm going to do that too. And finally, I'm going to cultivate an attitude of surrender, Ishvara Pranadhana. And so there's the 5 niyamas. So the yamas and the niyamas together form this beautiful framework of a foundation for the remainder of the 8 rungs. This is the first 2 rungs. And then, in some sense, notice that each one of the 8 rungs, each sequential one is a little bit more interior than the one before it. So the yamas are about here, the niyamas are about me in here, and then as we move into the other rungs, we're progressively, systematically moving more and more and more inward, subtler and subtler and subtler. So play with it, have fun with it, and enjoy the niyamas. Enjoy the yamas, enjoy the niyamas, and learn and grow and play with it. This is important, serious stuff, but please don't take it too seriously, or you think yourself into worry and you make a big project out of this when it ought to be done gently and lovingly with contentment, with santosh, peace of mind. Asana, rung 3 of the 8 rungs, rung 3 of Ashtanga Yoga. Asana is probably one of the most awkward principles that we have to talk about here, for the simple reason that the word asana in our modern world has come to be known as many hundreds, if not thousands, of different postural yoga, what's been called postural yoga. The word asana is used in a very different way. The way in which the word asana is used in Ashtanga Yoga, in traditional Ashtanga Yoga, the way that the word asana is used is as a sitting posture. Again, this is not meant as, this is not Sanskrit lessons, but the root of the word asana means to sit. It's what it means. It's just what it means. We can ignore that if we want, but that is what it means. It refers to sitting posture. And the sitting posture, you can double check this, you can see it in the descriptions given in any of the versions of Yoga Sutras, that the sitting posture that you want to cultivate, rung 3, is comfortable and steady. This is the important part. It means comfortable and steady. The words are not there, but that I'm about to say, but it means that we're sitting with our head, neck, and trunk in alignment. Now, to help facilitate that, one of the useful preparations can be postural yoga of Hatha Yoga. We talked about Hatha Yoga in one of the foundation talks of our program here that we're going through. 3 basic parts we talked about, that there are some foundation principles, then there's the Ashtanga, the 8 rungs, and then we're going to talk about what to do with the 8 rungs. And the use of Hatha Yoga asanas can be extremely useful, but it basically falls into one of 2 parts. Preparation before you even do atta. Remember we talked about the first word being atta. Now I'm ready to prepare to discipline myself to do this introspection. So prior to that atta, prior to that is preparation. And the physical postures of modern postural yoga can be extremely useful, beneficial for that. So what we're saying here is not a criticism of that, but a placement of where it fits into the scheme of things. That postural yoga that is popular today can also be very much a useful part of the first niyama, which is saucha, of purifying and balancing the body and mind, can be extremely useful there. But in terms of traditional Ashtanga Yoga, the 3rd rung asana has to do with sitting posture, and that sitting posture should be steady and comfortable. A couple other little guidelines are given. If you have a reasonably healthy, flexible, comfortable physical body, then how do you get your posture to become steady and stable? The instruction is that you turn your attention toward the infinite. Now, how do you do that in a practical way? Just imagine this. If you sit here like this, if I sit here in front of you, and I sit and I'm comfortable, and I'm reasonably straight, and I'm steady and comfortable, and my mind goes inward. Where is my attention? Our attention is out here in the world. So what do? We naturally bring that attention inward to the body and start to bring it inward. What does it mean to expand my consciousness, expand my awareness to the infinite? I have the ability, if I'm sitting here, I have the ability to close my eyes and in some way be aware of my body. I have the ability to close my eyes and be somewhat aware of the room that I am in. I can somehow, in some way, allow my expansion to be aware of the city, the town, the community that is outside of this room. I can expand a little further. I can have some degree of awareness of the country in which I'm located right now. I can have some awareness of the continent on which I am sitting right now on planet Earth. Now, we may not be perfect at that, but we can have some degree, even if it's just imagination, we can have some sense of expanding my awareness so it's bigger and bigger. Just pretend for a moment that you have the ability to pretend that your awareness, the physical size of your awareness, is bigger than the Earth. The Earth is whatever radius of, 8,000 miles or something like that. That's the radius of the Earth. I think the circumference is something like 24,000 miles around like this. What if my awareness were bigger than the Earth? Then I am expanded and the whole size of the Earth is now smaller than me. I'm saying this, I'm trying to say this playfully in a sort of internal pretend kind of way. What if you are then able to pretend to expand your awareness so that you are aware of our entire solar system? You know, you see a picture of this that where we saw it in school. Children are shown this in school, where there's the sun here and there's the planets, and they have the lines going out like this, and there's the Earth, and there's our little moon going around the Earth. We've all seen pictures like this. Just imagine, what if I can sit inside and I can allow my awareness to expand like that? What if I can expand my awareness beyond the Milky Way galaxy in which our planet and solar system resides? And I think they say that the diameter of the Milky Way galaxy is something like 100,000 light years across. Notice what happens internally. If you run that experiment, notice what happens to you internally if you pretend that you're expanding that way and you pull it off. What happens to your awareness of the problems of the day? They kind of go poof, don't they? Because you're stretching internally, you're stretching your mind, you're stretching your awareness. Even if it's a pretend game, I'm wanting to suggest to you that the troubles of the day and your attachments, aversions start to be pretty small. They almost go poof, they almost evaporate. Now, just to carry the pretend a little bit further, let's pretend that you could somehow expand your awareness to infinity, to what the astrophysicists tell us that the radius of the known universe is something like 13 or 14 billion light years. It may be bigger than that, but we don't know because we can't see it. It's beyond the limit of the known universe, where the light, if there's something 20 billion light years away, we don't know it because the light hasn't got to us yet. So it's pretty big. And so the principle that's being suggested by the yogis here is to make your posture steady and comfortable. That's the goal. What is the main way of doing that? The main way of doing that is allow the awareness to expand, to get bigger, in some sort of internal way, the way I just sort of playfully walked you through a way to do that. You can literally play with it in that kind of way. It's not a rule. It's not a guided meditation that I'm trying to tell you. It's a principle. And what we're attempting to talk about here in this Ashtanga Yoga course is the principles of the Ashtanga, of the 8 rungs. And this is a very important principle that is shared. You want the posture to be steady and comfortable, and internally allow your attention, your consciousness, your awareness somehow internally, even if you have to play at it, to expand to the infinite. And then a wonderful thing happens. You'll notice this outcome yourself. I already kind of alluded to it a moment ago. What happens to you internally when you do that? The language that's used in describing it is you feel a sense of freedom from what are called pairs of opposites. What are pairs of opposites? Good and bad, pain and pleasure, heat and cold. You feel an inner sense that the problems that I was having seem to go poof. The attractions that I have to the things or the objects of the world that seem to bring me pleasure. Remember, we talked about satisfaction and contentment. the second niyama of saucha, cultivating contentment, which is not the same as satisfaction. Those are part of the opposites. There's satisfaction and there's dissatisfaction. That's two opposite. I'm dissatisfied with this circumstance and I'm satisfied with that circumstance. I like this person, but I dislike that person. Those are pairs of opposites. And the simple act of sitting steady and comfortable and allowing the attention to internally, even if playfully, expand in the way that I was just talking about, that something playfully said, magical, seems to happen. The pairs of opposites, such as pain and pleasure, good and bad, seem to just fall away. They kind of go poof. And this is asana. And so this is what we practice. It's rung 3. And it almost, if you've been following along in your mind and heart with what I've been just saying, it almost feels like the outcome of that is meditation. It's not yet meditation. It's still preparation for meditation. Meditation is dhyana, rung 7, and we're still talking about rung 3. This Ashtanga Yoga in the traditional Ashtanga Yoga is an incredible, incredible process. And just simply notice this, what's being said about asana. And this is only about asana, meaning sitting. And if this kind of expansion occurs, what a beautiful thing. And it's still preparation for meditation. It's still preparation. There's another part of this expanding, and that is letting go of effort. Initially, it feels like, okay, I'm sitting straight and comfortable. It feels like I have to do some effort. I have to work to sit straight. I'm going to sit straight. I'm sitting straight. My head, neck, and trunk straight, and I'm aligned and I'm comfortable. No, that's putting a lot of effort into it. That's working at it. I'm working very hard at sitting for my meditation. No, that's not it. Let go of the effort. Effortless, and the whole body sort of melts into that steadiness and comfortableness. And then the attention comes inward, and then there's this expansion that is allowed, and that's done in an effortless way. And the only way to understand that effortless principle is not to have more words, not to read more books about effortlessness. That's not the way to do it. The way to do it is experiment with it. Sit down and say, I'm so much in the habit. We live in cultures in our modern worlds that everything is supposed to be done, put out 100% effort, if not put out 110% effort. It doesn't work here. It just doesn't apply. Effortless means soften, means loosen the effort. You know, let it be, in a sense, let it be not 100% or 110%, but let the effort that we're putting into it go down to 0. Once I'm sitting comfortably and steady, okay, I'm steady and comfortable, and it took some effort to do that, but I'm not fighting, I'm not struggling. Now I'm going to let go. The principle of the 5th niyama, Ishvara Pranadhana, the letting go process, the surrender process. And now I'm going to cultivate that aspect of the practice. I have santosh, I have contentment. I've been riding through the storm, the tapas of my noisy mind and emotions, and now I'm going to surrender. I'm going to sit with my head, neck, and trunk straight, comfortable and steady. I'm going to let go. I'm going to loosen the effort. I'm going to allow this internal expansion to occur, even if it's pretend and imagination. And then I'm going to notice the magic that happens, that those pairs of opposites go poof. And if I've done that, then I'm prepared for rungs 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. And again, remember what we said much earlier, that the word anga, the ashtanga, the anga is both rungs on a ladder, it is both rungs, and it is limbs on a tree. It's both. So it's not a perfect one or the other, it's kind of both, but they lead into one another. And if we, this is not the right word I'm about to say, but I don't know what other word to use. If we work at this, at the yamas and the niyamas and asana in terms of posture, if we work on those, then the steps about the subtler meaning of pranayama, of energy and breath, and pratyahara, the withdrawal of the senses, and concentration, meditation, and samadhi, then those start to come easy. If we skip over this part of asana, if we skip over this, it's not very likely that we're going to actually have much success with the others. So they do go together. So please, please, play with this that we're talking about here, about asana in this sense. Please, please, I beg of you, experiment with this and come to find for yourself your own inner glimpses of direct experience of the poof factor, what we're calling the poof factor of the pairs of opposite. Watch it happen internally. Seems like magic. I use the word magic not because it is magic. I like the word magic. It's playful, and I like to be playful with this stuff. So please, play with asana, rung 3 of the 8 rungs of Ashtanga Yoga. Pranayama is rung 4, limb number 4 of the 8 rungs or limbs of Ashtanga. Pranayama. Pranayama has to do with the regulation of energy. Very commonly, pranayama is viewed as only simply being breathing practices. But there's some tremendous subtleties here in terms of traditional Ashtanga Yoga, and they are very important to understand and very important to practice. One of the principles is that there, in breath, we all know this already, there is inhalation. We all inhale and we exhale. And when we are breathing, it is not only the mechanical act of lungs moving and muscles moving to move the lungs. That's part of breathing. But there's actually, this is where the word prana comes from, that there is a life force or an energy called prana that's moving. So we have inhalation and we have inhalation and we have exhalation. But there's something else that we have, and that's the transition between the two. It's very subtle and mostly is unnoticed, and often when we talk about pranayama, often it's just not even mentioned. But it's very important, be aware of this, that in the transition between inhalation and exhalation, or between exhalation and inhalation, there is no longer, this sounds obvious, but there is no longer inhalation and there is no longer exhalation. Neither one of those are there in the moment of the transition. If you think of driving your car, you're driving a car down the road and you're coming up to a stop sign or a traffic light that's out there in the distance in front of you. One of the ways you can stop for that stop sign or the traffic light is you can just be going, your foot is on the gas, you're driving. Sometimes you see people drive like this and all of a sudden take their foot, they wait till the last minute, the last few seconds, and take the foot off the gas pedal and jam it onto the brake, and the car goes doo-doo-doo and stops abruptly, quickly. That's one way of stopping the car. There's another way of stopping the car for the stop sign or the traffic light that is much gentler, and this is what the yogi does. The braking starts not by standing on the brake pedal, but by releasing your effort on the gas pedal. And the car naturally starts to slow down as it's coming to the traffic light. This is what we're doing with pranayama. This is actually the subtler meaning of pranayama. The Sanskrit word doesn't matter, but it can be viewed as this style of breaking, B-R-A-K-I-G, not breaking in two. But it's the reducing of effort. Remember in the last, when we talked about asana, there was the principle of loosening of effort. That loosening of effort is done here in pranayama too. So there's a very gentle decision behind inhalation and exhalation. We're just breathing. I'm inhaling and I'm exhaling. But there is an impetus behind that. We don't think of it usually as effort, but there is an impetus behind it. Some part of us internally is saying, bring air in. some part of us internally is saying, let air out. There's an impetus behind it. And what we are doing is we are braking, not by putting our foot on the brake pedal to stop the car, but by refraining or lessening or loosening of the effort that is going into the gas pedal. So the exertion that's going into exhalation and the exertion that's going into inhalation, we're reducing that effort. And it's in that spirit that we can call it braking, of pausing and causing ourselves to no longer to do exhalation and inhalation. But the way in which we experience that, as we're out here starting to do these practices, the way we experience it is as the transition between inhalation and exhalation, and the transition between exhalation and inhalation. And so then what we discover there is that's where we can actually gradually, slowly over time, discover the prana itself. Because most of the time the prana, the energy, is busy exerting itself as exhalation or exerting itself as inhalation. When you allow yourself to realize that there's a transition between them where there is no such exertion, that's where you have the possibility of discovering prana itself. And that is the meaning of pranayama. Now, I mentioned that there's exhalation and there's inhalation and the transition. So that's three aspects in this rung 4. There are three aspects of pranayama. There's inhalation, exhalation, and transition. And in the transition is where we can actually discover the prana itself. There's a fourth pranayama. This is what the pranayama practice in this rung is really all about. Now notice the word 4 is being used here in two different ways. One is that pranayama, the practice of pranayama, is the fourth of the 8 rungs. It's just coincidence, so to speak, that it's number 4, and here we are talking about there's a fourth pranayama. It's just coincidence that the number 4, there's no connection between those two usages of the number 4. So now to go on, there's inhalation, exhalation, transition, and then there is the fourth pranayama. And the fourth pranayama is the awareness of prana itself. What is prana? Prana is that life energy, sometimes called life force. There's inhalation, there's exhalation, there's effort going into those. We're not much aware of it usually, but there is an impetus behind inhalation, there is an impetus behind exhalation, and then there's a transition. And between those two, in that transition, there's no longer an applying of that impetus. There we can discover prana, and there is no inhalation, there is no exhalation, and that allows us to discover the fourth pranayama, the prana itself. And from that we discover that aspect of prana is actually functioning all the time. The background is that prana, that life force itself, is there when we're inhaling, it's there when we're exhaling, and it's there when we're in the transition between the two. That's the ultimate pranayama. Here's a little story that will help give a feeling like that. If you go out in the ocean in a boat and you jump off the side of the boat and you're swimming around in the ocean, you're bobbing up, you're going up and you're going down, you're rising and falling with the waves. Imagine that it's gentle waves. It's not a storm. There's no storm. There's not rough waves. You're just gently flowing with the rising and falling of the current of the ocean, the waves as they move through. You go up and you go down. Now imagine for a moment that you put scuba tanks on your back, and you put the breather thing here, and you have your mask on, and you go off the edge of the boat, and you go down, glub, 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 and you go down and you sit on the bottom of the ocean. It's not too deep. Maybe it's, 100 feet or 50 feet or 20 feet or 30 feet. If you've ever done scuba diving, you know what it's like. You can be down there, and from that depth, if the water is clear, you can look up above you and you can see the boat up there, and the boat is still rising and falling with the movement of the current of the water. But you are now sitting on the bottom. Maybe you've got some weights on scuba dives. Sometimes you use weights to hold you down. And so there you are. You're sitting down there gently on the bottom of the ocean. You see the boat up there. You can see the boat move. Maybe you can see the waves. You can actually see the white cap, the white part of the waves. You can see it rising and falling up there. That's where the breathing is going on. But now you're sitting on the bottom. And where you're sitting on the bottom with your scuba tanks on, you feel no motion whatsoever. There is no rising, transitioning, and falling. The wave, when the wave in the ocean, it rises, it pauses for a moment, transitions, and comes back down, and then it pauses for a moment, transition, and the wave rises back up again. This is the way waves in an ocean work. And so when you're in the boat, you can feel that happening. If you step out of the boat and you're floating there, you can feel it. You can feel rise, transition, fall, transition, rise. That's what we're doing with breath, inhaling and exhaling. And then when you're sitting on the bottom, there is no rising, transitioning, and falling. There's just the ocean. And this is the spirit of the fourth pranayama. And that's what we're really trying to do with pranayama, is to experience that aspect of prana. It is built upon the yamas and the niyamas and the ability to do the asana, rung 3, the way we were talking about, expanding awareness and moving past the pairs of opposites of pain and pleasure and satisfaction and dissatisfaction. Now you can actually have the opportunity to do this pranayama and to be aware of just being sitting in the ocean of prana. And at that moment you have started to move beyond the pairs of opposites, and it sets the stage now for concentration itself. This pranayama, this awareness, this level of awareness of prana itself is now preparation for concentration. A fascinating thing happens with this, and I'll talk about this more in the next talk, which is on pratyahara. But pratyahara is rung 5. The description of pranayama that I just mentioned to you ends by saying that it's preparation for rung number 6. There's a real beautiful subtlety that I'll talk more about, but that it sort of leaps you right over rung number 5. So rung number 5 kind of magically happens as rung number 4, the pranayama, the way we're talking about here, this pranayama, which is rung number 4, and specifically the fourth pranayama that is part of rung 4, prepares you. It catapults you, so to speak. It just leapfrogs you over to the one on concentration, which is rung number 6. Beautiful simplicity of that. The other thing that happens with this aspect of pranayama is the fancy words that are that it thins the veil over the karma-shaya. What is the karma-shaya? The karma-shaya simply means the field in which, like a farmer's field, the field in which are growing all of my karmas, all of my samskaras, all of my attractions, all of my aversions, all of my fears are growing in a field of the deep, deep unconscious. They're growing there. And this pranayama thins the veil that is covering over that field of karma. We'll talk about this much later, and when we get into the last section of the course, we'll talk more about this field and this purifying process of the deepest levels of our habit patterns. But here it's saying that this pranayama has the effect of starting to thin that veil that is covering over that field of karmas. And so by the remainder of the rungs, we gain the ability to introspect that field of karmas and to so to speak, burn them up so that those habit patterns and false identities are no longer an obstacle. And that leads to, remember we talked about Nirodha, the setting aside of all the false identity, and then the drashtu, the seer can rest in its true nature, which is where we're ultimately going with all of this. And so this pranayama cannot really successfully be done without some reasonable integration of the yamas and the niyamas, and it sets the stage to be able to do the other rungs, and this opens the door to the possibility, because of thinning the veil over the field of samskaras, of the karma shaya. It sets the stage to be able to then experience the highest level of outcome from doing these 8 rungs. And so this again is what pranayama is about, which is the 4th of the 8 rungs of traditional Ashtanga Yoga. And please, once again, hold this lightly. Remember, we said this much earlier on, you do this practice for a long time with the right attitude and without a break. Steady, 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 gently, 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 loving to yourself, not beating up on yourself. But take it in and just remember, rung 4 is about pranayama. Rung 5 is pratyahara. Pratyahara comes after the yamas, the niyamas, and after having a steady, stable posture. And remember, we talked about that. We talked about loosening of effort and expanding the awareness internally, trying to allow it to expand to the infinite. Then we talked about pranayama, which has inhalation, exhalation, and the transition, and then what we're trying to find is the 4th pranayama, which is the prana itself, which is, in the metaphor, like sitting in the stillness of the ocean at the bottom of the ocean while the waves are going, rising and falling on the surface. Now comes pratyahara, and I hope you recall that in that pranayama, the point was made that this prepares you actually for rung number 6, which is about concentration. And so sitting in the middle between the pranayama and the concentration practice is pratyahara. Pratyahara means withdrawal of the senses. The senses means the 5 cognitive senses, which are known in yogic language as jnanendriyas. And they are smelling, tasting, seeing, touching, and hearing. And the 5 karmendriyas are of what we in our common language know is as sensory motor mind. We do actions out there. Jnanendriyas are about data coming in to me, and karmendriyas are about expressions going outward. And pratyahara means the suspension of those. Here's the easiest way I know to give you some idea of what pratyahara means in the way in which we all do this every day. When you lay down at bed at night to go to sleep, what happens to your abilities to see and smell and taste and touch and hear? They switch off, don't they? What happens to your muscle movement? You know, you may roll around in bed a few times, but once you finally fall asleep, those suspend. So all of our sensation and our motor skills and our expressions externally withdraw. That's the simple spirit of pratyahara. The difference is we're not falling asleep, we're staying awake. We're sitting for meditation. We're doing the 8 rungs of Ashtanga Yoga. We're following those 8 rungs. When we have succeeded in the prana part, the pranayama part, then we're ready now to go into the concentration, meditation, samadhi themselves. And what happens with those senses? They automatically sort of switch off and turn inward in a similar way to when you fall asleep, except here you're not falling asleep. And this alone, pratyahara, it alone can seem to be deep, deep meditation. Note once again, I made the same comment about asana. When you have some degree of success with a sitting posture and loosening effort and the expansion internal, when you experience that, it can seem like, oh, well, this must be meditation, this must be samadhi. Well, the depth of meditation and samadhi that we're talking about here in traditional Ashtanga Yoga is extremely deep. And so there are steps along the way that if we don't understand the outline, we can think, oh, I'm there, I have finished the journey. And this is one of the things that can happen with pratyahara. When you have the experience, the simple experience of, simple but not easy, when you have the simple experience of awareness that is without objects, that is without using the senses, it is profound. It is a tremendous, tremendous experience. It's not the end of the journey yet. It's not even concentration or meditation or samadhi. And it's not about the ultimate goal that it's leading to, that union called yoga, which is beyond even that. But it's a tremendous experience and that it occurs naturally when we have the posture right, and we have attained awareness of the fourth pranayama. Then the senses automatically withdraw, and we move then into the depth of being able to concentrate the mind, and then gradually move beyond all of the aspects of the mind and discover that drashtu that we talked about earlier. The nirodha was the setting aside process, and then the drashtu, the seer, rests in its own true nature. And so pratyahara is a part of this that comes by doing the pranayama, and then the mind becoming concentrated on one pointed inward, which is called concentration, which is dharana, rung 6, and sandwiched right in the middle is pratyahara, that all of these indriyas, all of the senses, so to speak, switch off or turn inward. Pratyahara. Dharana. Dharana is rung or limb 6 of Ashtanga Yoga. Dharana means simply concentration. And this ability to concentrate does not simply mean that it's meditation time and you go plop down on your butt and now you're going to start concentrating. One of the reasons for the 8 rungs is that they work systematically. And if we skip them, it's extremely difficult, in a sense, if not impossible, to actually concentrate the mind. If you are living the yamas and the niyamas the way that we talked about in daily life, if you're living that, it sets the stage to be able to sit down and have a nice meditation. Remember what we talked about with posture, with asana. The sitting posture is steady and comfortable. You allow an inner expansion of the mind and everything becomes calm, and you start to be able to move beyond the pairs of opposites, such as pleasure and pain, for example. And then you're doing something with pranayama. There's inhalation, there's exhalation, and there's the transition between the two. That's 1, 2, 3. And then the 4th pranayama is the subtler awareness of the prana itself. In the metaphor we used, it's a little bit like sitting on the bottom of the ocean, watching the waves far above rising and falling. But here you're just in the pure prana. At the end of the suggestions on pranayama, it said that the mind is now ready for concentration. Then we talked about pratyahara, the withdrawal of the senses. One of the metaphors that's extremely useful to understand this part of the process is of a queen bee. If you think of a beehive, when the queen bee flies from one place to another, all of the worker bees follow her. And when we do this concentration, if we have prepared systematically in the process of the Ashtanga, if we have done this with the first 4 or 5 rungs, then when you concentrate your mind, the senses will come racing behind. So you don't have to struggle to get rid of the sounds so much in the room you're in, or other people doing. You can actually be in a public place, and if you can concentrate your mind, your attention will come inward. Your senses of smelling, tasting, seeing, touching, hearing, and your inclination to moving around with the physical body, those will withdraw and come inward. This is the key. We did not mention this in the Pratyahara because it's mentioned now here in the concentration. This is what happens with the concentration, that the indriyas, the senses, come racing behind in the same way that the worker bees will follow the queen. For this concentration, for dharana, if we skip the preparation, if we skip the stages or limbs or rungs before that, what can very easily happen if we just plop down on our butt and say, now I'm going to meditate, what can happen quite accidentally is that the so-called meditation session simply becomes a session of thinking, if not worrying, just worrying about the activities of daily life. If we do the preparation, then the mind starts to be quiet and we have a possibility of concentrating the mind. What does concentration mean? It means our attention is focused on one thing, one object. Minds naturally get distracted, and this is a part of the process at the stage called dharana, at this rung. We concentrate the mind. For example, we put our attention on our breath. We are aware of the breath flowing in the nostril. We can feel it coming and we can feel it going. Or we're meditating in our heart center or the third eye center, the ajna chakra. We're in that space. And what usually happens for most of us is we're concentrating on that point and the mind is distracted. Some memory comes drifting through the mind. And for just a moment we follow it. And then we're back with what we were doing. This is concentration. Concentration, the attention naturally gets distracted. It comes and it goes and it comes and it goes. But it's the effort to keep the mind in that one place, on that one object of concentration. In this concentration, even a few seconds is good. If you're practicing this and you notice that you got distracted a lot, if a person tells me that their meditation is going bad and that their mind is getting distracted, I'll say, how long did you sit? They say, well, I sat there for 20 minutes and it was just a struggle the whole time. I said, do you think there was any period of time in there when you succeeded, use again the breath as an example, where you succeeded in being aware of your breath? Did it happen at all? And the person almost always says, well, yes, of course. And I say, do you think that there was any time in there that you were aware of your breath for, say, 2 or 3 seconds? And generally a person will say, well, yes, of course, that happened. I say, how many times do you think that happened in your 20 minutes? Well, I don't know, 2 or 3 or 5 times, but it happened. I say, but it did happen. Yes, it happened. And I'll say back, that's the part that we care about. We don't care about the 19 minutes of distraction or the 19 minutes and 50 seconds of distraction. All we really care about is the 10 seconds or the 5 seconds or the 2 seconds where you had the experience of literally being concentrated on the awareness of breath, of the air flowing in and out of your nostrils. Oh, well, okay, yeah, I did that. I guess I did that after all. And I'll ask, now tell me, if you can remember, during those few seconds when that happened, what happened with those other thoughts that were distracting you? Person will say, they went away. Or as much as to say, what thoughts? Because they just sort of disappeared. What happened to the awareness of other people in the house? It disappeared, even for only 2 seconds. It's enough. This is what concentration is about. This is dharana. It means that for a moment, for a burst, there actually is concentration. And the distractions naturally come, but we're staying with it. Recall that in the foundation principles, we already talked about the principle of ekagra, of one-pointedness of mind. Here in this rung, in rung 6, we're starting to actually practice this internally. It's the living out of the idea of ekagra, of a one-pointed mind. And when we're practicing being one-pointed, we naturally get distracted. Notice that this is true over and over in our regular life. We all already know this. If you're trying to learn some skill, what comes to mind is like an athletic skill, any kind, where you have to pay attention to what you're doing. You're trying to hit a golf ball, or you're trying to shoot a pool cue, or anything. And what happens is you lose your distraction. And what does the coach tell the player to do? You're not paying attention. Pay attention, pay attention. And you pay attention and you hit the ball, or whatever it is. And we lose the concentration. This is the practice of dharana. Recall that several of the talks back we talked about stabilizing the mind. And that's one of the ways in which we're using one-pointedness, this ekagra business. Here, we're doing a more refined thing. Now we're trying to go into deep, deep meditation. And so there's a greater focus to it. Stabilizing the mind is so that we are ready and prepared to be able to do the rungs 3 and 4 and 5, which is the asana, the sitting posture, and the pranayama, and then the withdrawal of the senses. And so now we're refining that one-pointedness. And this is what dharana is about concentration. Dharana, rung 6 of the 8 rungs of traditional Ashtanga Yoga. And like with all of these things that we keep talking about, please be gentle and kind and patient with yourself. Don't force it. Trying to force it is what creates frustration. And be gentle, be patient, give it time, and give yourself credit when you succeed in having concentration, even for a few seconds out of several minutes. Don't try to sit and do deep concentration for an hour. It's just too long. A few minutes is good enough, and in the middle of that, if you have succeeded in experiencing in your own awareness, if you've experienced concentration even for a few seconds, give yourself a pat on the back and say, good, that's what it's about. Dhyana, rung 7 of the 8 rungs. Dhyana means meditation. There's something a little bit awkward about this word meditation. It's a word that we use in our common language. So we say, I'm going to go sit down and do meditation for a few minutes. We use the word meditation. We, in common language, we often use the word meditation as a name for the entire process of what I'm about to do. Well, the word meditation is also the English word that we most commonly use as the translation of the word dhyana, which is rung 7. So now we're using the word meditation in common language in 2 very different ways. One, we're talking about the whole process. In some sense, we're referring to all of the 8 rungs collectively as meditation. And then we're also saying that sitting right near the end of that is rung 7 of the 8, and that's called meditation. Well, this can be a little bit confusing because we're using the same word in 2 different ways. If we understand the difference between the 2, then it doesn't matter how we use the word. We know if another person uses the word meditation, we can hear the way in which the word is being used, even if the other person is not personally aware of what they're saying. So meditation, the word meditation, is actually the Ashtanga Yoga. The entire process of Ashtanga Yoga can be referred to as the practice of meditation. But specifically, dhyana, which is what we're talking about now, is translated as meditation. What does dhyana mean as meditation? When we talked about concentration, recall that when we talked about concentration, the point is if I succeed even for 2 seconds, that's concentration, and then it's the natural habit of the mind to get distracted. I'm trying to be here, or here, and the mind naturally gets distracted. Images come across the inner field of mind. The next thing you know, I'm being a Hollywood movie producer, and I've got all sorts of daydreaming going on, or thinking or worrying, etc. So we lose the concentration. What happens if I'm able to have 2 seconds of concentration? That's success at the level of dharana. Dhyana, meditation, simply means that the same object is repeating over and over and over again. Notice, for example, how quickly your mind can move from one subject to another. It happens all the time in conversation with another person, doesn't it? You're sitting there talking to the other person, the two of you are almost talking over each other, and you're getting ahead of each other in the conversation, and then you discover that you're getting ahead of yourself. You're starting to talk about the next subject before you completed the last one. And the mind has the ability to do this very, very quickly. And then notice that each one of those little thoughts is like its own burst. It's like a pulse of thought, whatever you call it. This little pulse of thinking comes, and then another pulse comes. This object comes, then another object, then another person, then another place, another event, then another person. And it goes on and on. It keeps changing, 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 changing. A simple, so to speak, definition, if you will, of dhyana as meditation simply means that the same object is coming up over and over and over again. The distractions are not there. It's concentration that is now sustained. You cannot force it. You cannot fight your way into dhyana. You cannot do that. You have to gently, gently, gently. If I'm being aware of my breath here, I do that, and then a distraction naturally comes. I'm aware of my breath here, and a distraction naturally comes. What do I do with the distraction? Absolutely nothing. Sometimes we say, well, when your mind wanders, bring it back. Well, the spirit of it is not the art of bringing it back. If you keep training your mind to bring it back, there's a subtlety here. If you keep training your mind to bring it back, you are accidentally training your mind, please keep wandering around. Because every time you're like a little puppy dog or a kitty cat, it runs away. What do? You go grab, or a little baby crawling around the house. What do? You grab it and you bring it back. Well, you're training that little puppy dog or kitty cat or little baby that the game we're playing is you run off and I'm going to go bring you back. You run off and I'm going to go bring you back. And that's not ultimately a useful way to train your mind. What you want to train your mind to do is stay in one place. Stay here. And so naturally, if the mind wanders off, something's going to happen. But the game we're trying to play is stay here, stay here, stay here, stay here. And then you discover for yourself that not only did you have 2 seconds of dharana, of concentration, you look back and you realize, I just lost a couple minutes. It's as if I just forgot the last 2 minutes or something like that. And then you realize in reflection that, wait a minute, the thought pulse that came forward each time there was a burst of awareness, it was the same burst of awareness of my breath. And so I had continuous awareness of my breath. I hope that makes sense. Continuous awareness, continuous concentration becomes meditation, as in dhyana. It's sustained concentration is a way of saying it. You can't fake it. You cannot force it. You just have to do it patiently, patiently, patiently. And remember, again, go back through and ponder about, listen again to the parts that we talked about, the way that the rungs work together, the way we live the yamas, we live and practice the niyamas, then there's asana, then pranayama, then pratyahara. And those work together, as we've already talked about. As those work together, the mind is then prepared to cultivate or practice the concentration part, and then the concentration will naturally turn into dhyana. It's not a separate event that you have to somehow figure out how to force that to happen. You say, okay, I understand dharana now, I understand concentration. Now what's the technique for doing meditation, dhyana? Well, there's not an answer to that, because all it is an extension of the concentration. With concentration, in the moment, for that 1 or 2 seconds that there is concentration, there is an observer doing a thing called observing, and there is something being observed. There is an observer observing the observed. And that's what happens in concentration. And in concentration, when the distraction is there, there's an observer observing the distraction. Then there's an observer observing the breath. Then there's an observer observing another distraction. Then there's the observer observing a still different distraction. And then but we keep being aware of the breath. I don't have to fight to bring it back. I'm aware that the game that I'm playing right now is be aware of the breath. By feeling it, cognitive sense of touch, I can feel the air coming and going here. The sensation is as if it's right here. But there's tissue here. So obviously the breath is not literally coming in and out of this tissue here. It's coming in and out of the nostrils. But the experience is as if it's one breath, one flow, as if there's one nostril, though there's really two. So over and over, observer is observing internally the feeling sensation of air in the nostrils, or awareness of the feeling in the heart or the eyebrow center, wherever it is. That's a different question. There's an observer observing the observed. With dhyana, what happens is that instead of it being observer observing breath, observer observing distraction, it is observer observing breath, observer observing breath, observer observing breath. And it just becomes sustained. And it's as one steady flow. And when that happens, gradually, slowly over time, you discover for yourself, not because I or anybody else says so, but you're experiencing it yourself, that when you start to succeed in doing that, and it turns into, the 2 seconds turns into, 20 seconds. There's no fixed time limit on these things, but it expands, and you look back and you realize that for some last period of time, all I was aware of was breath. And there was no distraction. There may be otherwise lots and lots of distractions in the mind. But if we follow this thing systematically by working our way through these rungs, we find that gradually over time, the simplicity of this becomes clear. It doesn't make it absolutely easy to do, but there is a simplicity to it. So we work, we actively, playfully work at the simplicity of having a good posture. If we have done atta, remember now we are finally, Anushasanam, we are now actually finally prepared to do all of this stuff. If we have done that, that may have included a lot of activities in life, and may have included a lot of hatha yoga, postural yoga classes as preparation. But now when we're actually ready to move into the 8 rungs and systematically move inward, it becomes easier to do. The posture, the sitting posture that is steady and comfortable, becomes relatively easy to do. And then the work with the pranayama gets easier. And the pratyahara happens, and the concentration happens, and now we have moments of experience where all there is me as observer observing the feeling of the breath in the nostrils. And this is what meditation is about. And the dhyana, it doesn't matter what the object is that we're meditating on. That's a different question that we will talk about later. But the principle that we're talking about here is that rung 7 is about meditation as dhyana. We're trying to review the 8 rungs, so then in the last section of the course we're doing together, we can talk about, okay, now I understand the 8 rungs, I understand something about how to do them, so what? What do I do with them now? That's where we're going with this. And at this point, again, we're trying to review the 8 angas, the 8 limbs or rung. So again, dhyana is where there is a sustained observer observing the observed, and it remains the same. And I used as an example, which is a very, very good thing to do, I use an example is simple breath awareness of the feeling of the air in the nostrils. Dhyana is meditation. Like with all of these things, please once again be kind and gentle and patient with yourself. Don't fight yourself. Fighting doesn't help. Fighting is not called meditation. Fighting could be called concentration, but then we're concentrating on fighting. And many of us have learned how to do that. We know how to concentrate on silly stuff going on in our mind. That's not the kind of concentration we want to do. And it's not the kind of meditation we want to do. So be nice to yourself. Dhyana, meditation. Samadhi, which is the eighth rung or eighth limb. In some sense, samadhi is an extension of dharana and dhyana, of concentration and meditation. Once again, if we talk about observer observing the observed, and we said that for dharana, for concentration, the observer is observing the observed, and I use an example, the observer is observing the breath. I am aware of breath. Then all of a sudden I am aware of distraction. Then I am aware of another distraction. This is the way concentration works, lots of distractions. But for moments I get I am aware of breath. Observer is observing the observed. And then we talked about dhyana simply means that the observer observing the observed is the same each time, over and over and over. So for example, I am aware of or observing my breath. I am aware of my breath. That's meditation. Then what happens with samadhi on objects, samadhi on form, is where it appears. This is the only way, this is maybe not the only way, but it's an easy way to hold this principle. It's as if, I am aware of breath. And then if that sustains itself over some time, I'm doing dhyana on the object of breath, or on any inner object. It may be an inner image of teacher or guru, or a candle flame, or a flower, or it doesn't matter what it is. There's an observer observing the observed, and it's sustained. But then something, I say this word playfully only because I like it, I don't mean to make it philosophical. Something sort of magical happens. It is as if what happens is I forget that there's an observer, I forget that there's a process of observing, and all there is in awareness, there's not even a me to say in my awareness. That's why I say as if. It is as if all there is breath. It's as if all there is that candle flame. It's as if all there is that flower that's inside my field of mind. So a word to help that is collapsed. It is as if the process of the observer observing the observed has collapsed in such a way that all that is left is the object itself. Again, I know this is being repetitive, but we have to ponder this over and over and over again. It is as if the observer observing the observed collapses, and there is only the observed object, such as breath, for example. We are all doing this kind of thing already, all the time. All of us already know it. And we have experiences in life that we can call samadhi-like experiences. If you've had a busy day and you go home at the end of the day and you sit on your couch and you turn on your television and you get deeply absorbed in that television show, somebody might come in the room and say hello to you, and you don't even hear them. You tune them out. You're completely absorbed in that television show, or you're reading a book and you're completely absorbed in that. I think I talked earlier that you're absorbed in your Facebook page, or you're surfing. We all know this. You're absorbed in some activity. It's a samadhi-like thing. It's out here in the regular world. It's a deep absorption. This word samadhi is like an absorption in an object. And in these moments, when I say that the observer has collapsed into, it simply means that in those moments you're not aware of yourself. You don't have the inner experiential sensation, so to speak, of me being aware of breath. It's all there is breathing. And it's as if it's just going on its own. It's not that I'm here and I'm saying, I am saying, gee, who's breathing? It's not that. That's not even part of the awareness. All there is breathing. All there is the light of the candle flame. All there is the redness of the red rose, so to speak. And there is no awareness. And this is a samadhi. This is a grosser level of samadhi. Again, to contrast with this with dharana and dhyana. Remember, dharana is when there's a moment of concentration on any object. There's a moment of concentration, and then there's a distraction. Then there's moments of concentration, and there's distraction. This is just the way the mind often, usually works. And dhyana, as meditation, rung 7, means that it's sustained, that it's the same burst of awareness over and over and over, and it's steady. So it's like I'm constantly aware of the breathing, or I'm constantly aware of this feeling of awareness of lovingness in my heart. There's no break, there's no interruption, it's constant. That's the dhyana. And then what is the samadhi or samadhi-like phenomenon? It's where there does not any longer seem to be a me who is experiencing this. There does not longer seem to be an observer observing through sense of touch or any kind of awareness the breath or object, candle flame, or awareness of feeling here. It's just all collapsed. And this is samadhi on an object with form. Means it's out here in the world. Another kind of samadhi, just let me mention it briefly just to get it said so you're aware of it, is what happens if we're doing this and we forget not only the process of observing, but what if I forget those objects? My mind and everything can still be in the same mental stance as if I am observing that object. As if I am observing the feeling here, or the red flower, or the candle flame, or the breath. What happens, here's the way of saying it, what happens if I'm aware of that one object and then I simply forget about it? I have no object in my mind field. I am now in objectless samadhi. I'm in the same mental stance. All of my whole mind awareness apparatus is in exactly the same configuration, whatever that means. It's all in the same configuration, but there is no object. So one is called samadhi on object, the other is called objectless samadhi. If you want the fancy words, they are called samprajnata samadhi and asamprajnata samadhi. One with form, with object, and the other without object. Now, when we see this, what I was just saying, that there's a variety of different objects, we gradually come to see that the whole of the 8 rungs, including this samadhi that we're talking about, is actually a tool. It's an instrument to do the further exploration within. In the next section of the course, we're going to talk about what to do with the 8 rungs. First, we talked about foundation principles before we do the 8 rungs conceptually, and then right now, we're walking through the 8 rungs themselves, and we're talking right now about samadhi. But collectively, those 8 rungs, what do you do with them? That's what we'll be talking about in the next section, and some more information and some more ideas about how we do this practice. But the point that I'm trying to make right now is that all of this, including this word samadhi, is not the end of the journey. This is the tool. I think I mentioned before the concept that if you go to 4 years of college, you are working through those 4 years so that there is a culmination, so that you have a skill, so that you can do a profession. The journey does not end with holding the diploma in your hand. That's actually a beginning. Many people have observed this when they studied for a career field and then actually entered into that profession, into that career field, and then they will say, this is extremely common to say, and then the learning really began. That's when I really started learning this stuff, is when I was out there doing it. The school was great, the college was great, the training program, whatever it was superb, and it was a wonderful time of life. But the real learning came later, and that's what we're talking about with these 8 rungs. The 8 rungs, the Ashtanga Yoga, the Ashtanga, the 8 rungs together is a tool, including this word samadhi. Samadhi is not the end. It's a tool. It's an instrument that is used for the remainder of this, which leads you then to the final higher goals of what yoga is really all about. Here's another little surprise for you. Get ready for this. Right now, at this very moment, you are in samadhi. Huh? What does that mean? You are in samadhi. What is the object on which you are in samadhi? The object in which you are in samadhi is not me. I don't need to say that you're in samadhi on me. You are in samadhi right now on your whole perception of your environment. The totality of me sitting in front of you and your home where you're sitting right now, your work life, your family life, the country you're in, everything, all of your perception of this external world in its totality, in a sense, forms an object. If you think of the object called your car, you think of your car as an object. You can go look at your car and see those are the wheels there, those are the doors, here's the steering wheel, there's the brake pedal and the gas pedal. There are different aspects or parts to your car, but you still think of the car. So that's the totality. And similarly, the totality of your life experience right now through your conscious mind in the waking state of consciousness right now, the totality of all of that is in some sense an object. It is the object known as your life or your external world or something like that. The idea is that that totality, you're in samadhi, or if you prefer the term, you are in a samadhi-like state with that perception of reality. And notice that sometimes when we practice meditation, or we just have moments, sometimes they happen when we're in bed and we're in a semi-dream state, and you have moments where you suddenly realize that reality is vastly different than what it appears to be out here. You may not have language to put to it. You may not have words to describe it. If you're a poetically inclined person, you write poetry about this. If you're a songwriter, next thing you know, you're writing songs about the beauty of the diversity of the universe. These are wonderful experiences. But when we're not in those moments of that kind of insight, we're in this world as it is for each of us. And so each of us right now are in samadhi on this experience of the world. We're in samadhi right now. So what does samadhi mean? To kind of restate this thing again, to end this segment of what we're talking about. Samadhi is a tool. It is the 8th rung of the 8 rungs. Collectively, they are all a tool. I don't want to try to go back through all of yamas and niyamas, but it had something to do with yamas and niyamas and how we're living in the world, and studying and introspecting ourselves has something to do with asana and pranayama and pratyahara, which then brings us to dharana, which is training the mind to be the observer observing the observed, without distraction, but has distractions, and then that becomes meditation where it's sustained concentration on one object of my own choosing at a given time. And then when the observer observing the observed collapses and there appears to be only the observed, and no longer am I even aware of an observer or the process of observing, there's samadhi. And then collectively these 8 work together as a tool to carry on with what the Ashtanga is really ultimately about. And that's in the next section. So again, like I've been trying to remind you, please, this is a lot. I know this is a lot, and initially it may not seem very easy, but please be kind to yourself, be patient with yourself, be nice to yourself, and remember that whatever skills you have in life, in training, it probably took years to learn. It didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen in a weekend seminar. It didn't happen in one book reading. It happens over time. And this takes time. We said before, you have to do this for a long time with a nice, wonderful attitude, and don't take a vacation, don't take a break. Just keep sticking with it, gently, gently, gently. Samadhi, the 8 rungs, Ashtanga Yoga. Samyama. Okay, we have finished now going through some discussion of each of the 8 rungs, the Ashtanga. Ashta is 8, anga is rungs or limbs. Now we're going to talk briefly about Samyama. Samyama is a simple word that is used to denote the combination of those last 3 rungs of 6, 7, and 8. Dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. Concentration, meditation, and samadhi together is called samyama. The name is not actually terribly important, but it's a thing of convenience. So we have the concept that those 3 go together. The first 2 rungs, the yamas and the niyamas, are lived in life and are preparation, so to speak. And then when we're actually going to sit to do our practice, then asana and pranayama and pratyahara go together. And then comes dharana, dhyana, and samadhi, and those go together. We all of us already are familiar with this process. We do it all the time. If you sit down to read a book, or you're going to, for example, listen to some music or watch a movie on your television, something like that, when you first start that process, you've come from your external world and active life, and there's a moment where you're getting involved first in the concentration on that thing. If it's listening to some music, I'll use that as the example, you're listening to some music, first your attention is going to the music, and gradually the distractions of daily life that were with you come and go and come and go. I think we all know this. And so gradually your attention settles in, and the distractions seem to be less there. And then that repeated pulse or impulse of mental awareness is the same. So now you're listening and you're just hearing the music play or watching whatever the activity is. And it's continuous. There's no break, there's no distraction. This is the dhyana. So you have the concentration that naturally comes with the distractions. Then the distractions start to stand aside. The distractions start to fall away. And then comes the natural sequence that turns into dhyana. And remember, we talked about the observer observing the observed. And then look at what happens as you really get into the music, as you become fully absorbed in that music. This is the samadhi-like state. And so just allow yourself to feel that notion in doing anything, almost anything, where your attention is brought to something and it's starting to get locked into it. Then it's very steady. That's the meditation part. Then there's a complete absorption. And that's when it is as if the observer, the observing, the observed, the observer and the observing seem to sort of almost not be there, and all there is the music. And then you're just totally, completely absorbed in the music. And this is the samadhi-like state. And as we said, this becomes the tool for the subtler, deeper aspects of yoga. This is what the whole thing is really all about. This is the purpose of the 8 rungs. Remember, I mentioned before something along the lines of an education or learning any skill. If you think of it like a college education, you're going to go to 4 years of college. You go through the 4 years, and then that leads you to an outcome. Any form of training or learning we do, there's a sequence to it. We go through this, then this, then this, then this, and then there's an outcome. So the outcome of all of those rungs is the ability to do samyama. Early on, when we talked about ekagra, one-pointedness, we were learning to stabilize the mind. And that's where it's really important to say, well, what is the object on which I'm going to practice meditation? And we're choosing those objects of meditation to stabilize the mind. When we come to the subtler, deeper aspects of where we're going with this, which is the section we're in now, which is basically what to do with the 8 rungs. What am I going to do with them now that I've learned how to do them, and now that I'm sitting down to do my practice and I'm systematically moving through them? What am I going to do with the samyama? Again, what is the samyama? Samyama becomes essentially what can be called a razor-sharp tool. And it is the tool that is used to do the ultimate, subtler, deeper aspects of what Ashtanga Yoga is all about. We'll explain that more as we go on. But the tool is samyama. We now have the school. We've, so to speak, as a metaphor, we have graduated through the other rungs. And then when we do our practice, we move through them again. And it becomes easier and easier to smoothly move through each of those rungs. Through the asana, through the pranayama, through the pratyahara, and then the one-pointedness of dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. And that works together. And then the target of that concentration changes. And that's where we go into the other concepts that are about to come that we're going to talk about what to do with the 8 rungs. In particular now, it's what to do with samyama. Kleshas. If we're going to use samyama as the tool, what is it that we're going to do with that tool? Recall at the very beginning of our conversations here, we talked about the meaning of yoga as yogesh chitta vritti nirodha had something to do with setting aside all of the false identities in the mind field. And then came the awareness of the drashtu, the seer, the witness, the observer who's doing all this, and that stands in its own nature, and that's called self-realization, most commonly. There's a principle then that's very important that is called the 5 kleshas. The 5 kleshas, the word klesha can most easily be understood as coloring. If there's a particular snack food that you enjoy, sometimes we playfully use as an example a donut. If there's a particular flavor of donut that you like a lot, you have a memory trace of that donut or that apple, if you want to have a nice health food, that you remember that. And so all of a sudden your friend says, hey, let's go to the donut store and get a donut. And what kind of donut do you want to get? And they say, well, let's go get a red jelly-filled donut. And that happens to be your favorite. So you say, okay, let's go get a red jelly-filled donut. What just happened in the mind? There is a memory trace in the deep unconscious of the donuts. Example of memory when I say that, if you are in deep sleep at night, you're laying in bed, you're in deep sleep, no dreaming, what happens to your memory of donuts? Your donut memory has fallen asleep too. But then during the day when your friend says, donut, it awakens from the deep unconscious and it stirs and it comes forward in your mind and you go, yes, I remember donut. That's yummy. Let's go get one. Well, why, when that donut suggestion came to mind, why did you respond to it? Because in the deep unconscious, in the latent unconscious, your memory trace of that particular kind of donut is, so to speak, colored with past experience that I have enjoyed that. If there's another flavor of donut or another food that you just don't like, it just doesn't excite you, and your friend says, what would you think about a so-and-so donut? There's no reaction, because in the latent field of mind, it's not colored. So a memory trace can be either klishta or aklishta. It can be colored or not colored. And in yoga, in Ashtanga Yoga, in the other portions that are outside of the literal 8 rungs, it is described that there are generally 5 kinds or categories of kleshas. And they are avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, and abhinivesha. Gradually, over time, we want to learn those principles because they are part of the practice. As we talked before, any field of inquiry and practice has its own language, and we want to know about that. So avidya has something to do with basically forgetting our true nature. It's in the metaphor of the ocean and being a wave in the ocean. We forget that we are the ocean. There's a forgetting process. We just literally forget that we are the ocean, and then arises the second klesha, which is asmita, which is usually translated as ego, but it means I-ness. It means individuation. The wave is actually one with the ocean, but somehow a forgetting process happens, and that's the avidya, and there arises the concept or experience of individuation as being separate from the ocean. And that is the meaning of asmita. And so it itself is a coloring. And then the third one is raga, which means attachment or attraction. And we do this constantly from birth. From birth, we are given identities. When you're born, parents give us a name and say, your name is so-and-so. And you hear this over and over and over. You do this if you're training your puppy dog. Your puppy dog gradually learns to respond to his name. And we learn that. So we have taken that on as an attraction or as an attachment. And then we have experiences in life throughout growing up. And many of those experiences, we come to know what we like. And those end up becoming memory traces that end up with, I like donuts, for example. And we go to school and we say, if there's a mascot of your school, it happens maybe in the first few years of school. You know, my school is called the Eagles or something like that. So then you say, well, I'm an eagle. We take on these identities, and there are, we could almost say virtually countless identities of those. And so those are the ragas, klesha number 3. Klesha number 4 is dvesha, and it is what I don't like. So I may like this donut, but that other donut I just don't like, or some other food I really push away. I resist that. We do this with people. There's some people that we know that we really like, and there's others that we don't like. So we end up with a phenomenon that's something like this. We have ragas that we pull towards us that either are me or are related to me. It is me or mine. And we have other things, people, donuts, that are not me and are not mine. I like this, I don't like this. This is me, this is not me. I am from this country, therefore I am a so-and-so, but I am not from that country, therefore I am not that. And we do this constantly. And the 5th klesha then is because what we are doing in our unconscious memory traces, we are constructing an identity that ends up being called me. This is me. I am this and I'm not this, and all of those together define somebody called me. And the 5th klesha is called abhinivesha, which means fear. It doesn't mean, like ultra dangerous, the bad guy is chasing me and I'm having a nightmare kind of fear. It doesn't mean that kind of fear necessarily. Or we could say it's like a concern. It's we don't want to lose our identities. It's as if we have built, symbolically speaking, we have built a house of cards. You take a deck of cards, you build a house of cards with your identities of this and this. All of these together build a house of cards that is my personality, that is me. And all of this is collectively going on in the deep unconscious. And we don't want that to be threatened. We don't want an external person to threaten this. Yet if you think about this, you'll realize you already know this. This is very, practical, down-to-earth information. And then we resist any threat to that. And we don't want it to fall away. So we have avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, and abhinivesha. Again, what it means, this is a concept that yoga is introducing. What it means is I have forgotten that my true nature is ocean, or pure consciousness, pure joy, pure ananda, pure bliss. I have forgotten that. And then arises I-ness, and then that I-ness itself starts to define itself on the basis of the many versions of I am this, and the many, many versions of I am not that, and that I like this and I don't like that. And that's based on experience of living. And then finally is abhinivesha, which can be approximately called fear of holding on, the fear of the loss of this identity as me. And this is the kleshas. And then much of the rest of what we're doing has to do with these kleshas. And this is what, in the early sutra, when we talked about the principle of nirodha, this is what we're trying to temporarily let go of in our meditation. Klesha. Avidya. The first of those 5 kleshas is avidya. Literally translates as ignorance. But avidya does not mean ignorance as in the sense of stupid or low IQ. It's a completely different meaning. The word vidya means knowing clearly. Avidya means not knowing. Similar to the word ahimsa when we talked about the first yama, which is rung 1 of the 8 rungs, where you took the word himsa, pushing against, and then the practice is ahimsa, to not push against other people, for example. And so here, avidya, vidya means knowing, seeing clearly. Avidya is not seeing or knowing clearly. There are several major kinds of avidya talking about. One is confusing the temporary and the eternal. And we're most all of us doing this all of the time, and we don't realize it. You have a new car, and you're driving your new car down the road. You know when you bought the new car, you know that it's not eternal. You know that the life of that car is not going to be it's not going to be 100 years. 1,000 years from now, that car is going to be completely gone. We all know this, just common sense. But you get your new car and it's nice, shiny, and all of a sudden, and you're driving down the road, and all of a sudden somebody bumps into your car. And we're shocked over it. And at the root of it, yes, somebody wrecked my car, but at the root of it, what happened is, why do we get upset over it? Because at the root, in yogic way of thinking of it, at the root of it, I made the boo-boo of forgetting that this car is temporary. I simply forgot that it's temporary. It's not that I literally thought the car was eternal, but that I forgot that it was temporary. We are sitting here right now in a building. There are walls around me and there's a ceiling over my head. I'm not sitting here with the deluded notion, consciously thinking that this building is going to be here forever. My body is not going to be here forever. Think about that one. There's a beautiful example of this. And it's not, again, it's not literally the confusion of thinking that I'm eternal or the ceiling is eternal. But all of a sudden, if something started shaking, people who live in earthquake areas go through this. All of a sudden, the house, if you've ever sat through even the slightest tremor of an earthquake, all of a sudden the house kind of vibrates, and you just don't know what's going to happen. And it becomes a rather immediate awareness that this house that we're sitting in is temporary. I don't expect that the ceiling is going to fall down on my head right now. But I'm not so deluded that I think the building is eternal. But I forget that. I just lose sight of it. This is part of the avidya. I forget the temporary nature until I get reminded. That's one of them. Sometimes we confuse pain and pleasure. We do some activity thinking that it's fun. We eat some really bad food. We eat too much bad food on a holiday at a holiday meal, and we say, how yummy it is, and then a little while later we have a tummy ache. It's confusion of pain and pleasure. We sometimes confuse pure and impure. We often do this with our thoughts. And our thoughts and emotions. We think that I'm a good person, I'm kind, sweet, and loving, and all of a sudden in relationship with this person who is closest to me, all of a sudden he or she says something, does something, and the next thing you know I have this terrible thought about the person, and I make some really smart comment towards the person that's not nice. And we realize that, wait a minute, I'm not so pure as I thought I was. I'm not a bad person, but oops, I just got reminded. I got confused there at the level of my deep unconscious. I think that I'm pure. And all of a sudden I'm reminded, nope, boo-boo, I'm not quite like that. The biggest of these avidyas, of them all, sort of, you could say, the ground of the 4 forms of avidya. Remember that avidya is the first of those 5 colorings, those 5 kleshes. And avidya has something to do with ignorance or not seeing clearly. And this is the big one, confusing self, not self, with self. So I'm born, now you don't have to start with this belief system, but the principle is that underneath it all, I'm pure consciousness, or something like that. You may have a personal way in which you hold that, personal philosophy or religion of your youth. You may have some concept of that, but that I am this pure being underneath it all. And then what has happened is I've been given this name, and I think that my name is so-and-so. I think I am of this family. I am a son or I'm a daughter of these people. I am a brother or sister of these other people. I am a friend of these people. I go to school and I'm a classmate of these people. We grow up from birth taking on all these identities, and none of them are who I am. This is the avidya of confusing not self with self. Then when we go off and we get an education and we graduate from a school in a particular field of study or inquiry, we say, now I am a so-and-so. I have gotten a degree from college in so-and-so subjects, and now I am a fill-in-the-blank, whatever that happens to be. And then if something happens on your job later on, and your job seems to be threatened, that there's a work cutback and you may lose your job, something like that, then there's an emotional mental response to that. We feel threatened. We feel stressed out. And at the root of it, what happened? What happened was I took on these identities. I built my house of cards, what I was talking about before, and we talked about the kleshes of raga devesha. I have built my house of cards on a bunch of false identities. There's nothing wrong with this in some sense. What we're talking about here is not that we're supposed to disappear and vanish from the world. These are tools. There's nothing wrong with having a personality. Personality is very, very useful to have in the external world in terms of relating to other people. But from the standpoint of wanting to know the drashtu, remember earlier, tada drashtu svarupa vasanam, then after doing the nirodha business of setting aside, then I have the joy, the ananda, the absolute bliss of resting in my true nature. Then tada drashtu svarupa vasanam, then the seer rests in its own true nature, and this is commonly sometimes called enlightenment or self-realization. Or spiritual something or other, spiritual insight. That's what we're trying to do. Avidya. Setting aside the false identities. So it's the avidyas, and the 4 avidyas that I just outlined cover basically everything in the area of the avidyas. And remember, avidya was the first of those 5 kleshes. And as with all of these principles that we're talking about, we talked earlier about the principle that we're going to be doing these kinds of practices over a very long time, continuously without a break. So it means it becomes part of life. We just keep gently, gently, gently climbing the metaphorical mountain of spiritual life. And at the top is enlightenment or self-realization or something like that. So we just keep going. You can't take these principles and just immediately in one conversation get it. It just doesn't work like that. It takes a considerable period of time. Just like the field of study of any education or training we've gone through. On day one, it may not be too clear, but you just keep learning over and over and over, and gradually it gets simpler and simpler. And this is the same kind of principle. And so there is avidya. This is what avidya is about. And then you play with it over a considerable long period of time, and you just keep doing these practices. And this is what Ashtanga Yoga is about. And remember, we're now in the section, we're in that third section. We talked about principles that are foundation, then we went through all of the 8 rungs or limbs, the Ashtanga, and now we're talking about what to do with them. And this is a core principle of what to do with them. The kleshas, particularly the first of the kleshas, which is these avidyas. And of that, particularly the confusion of not self as being me, of taking on identities. Okay? So, play with it, enjoy, and be patient and kind. Karma-shaya. Karma-shaya, another word, it's just another word, it's another principle. All of these kleshas, remember particularly the kleshas of raga and devation. I am this, I'm not that. I like this, I don't like that. And over we keep doing that. Where are those memories stored? The word that is used for this in yoga, there are other words, but the word for this is karma-shaya, and it approximately means field. It's like a farmer's field. What are the plants growing in the field? The plants growing in the field are called samskaras. And the samskaras basically are those kleshas. So if I like those donuts, that particular kind of donut, I have a memory trace growing in my field, in my karma-shaya, and that particular memory trace has been colored with yummy, which means this. This is part of my definition. I am a person who likes this kind of donut. And we've done that over. So every one of those things is part of this field called karma-shaya. And having some concept of karma-shaya is useful, because then as we're doing the rest of the practices with the tool called samyama, as we're doing those practices, we see that the samyama is being directed to all of the contents of that karma-shaya, all of that field of deep memories and habits. Recall that when we talked about pranayama, and pranayama is rung 4, that when we succeeded in finding that subtlest aspect of karma, that subtlest aspect of prana, which was in the metaphor like sitting at the bottom of the ocean, where on the surface of the ocean the waves of inhalation and exhalation are going, and I'm sitting down in that field down there. I'm sitting down, not in the field, I'm sitting down at the bottom of that ocean in pure prana. There was the notion suggested there that this tends to thin the veil over the karma-shaya. We want the veil over the karma-shaya to thin, so that we can do the rest of the samyama on those contents. Most of us, when we start learning meditation, we want to say, oh, teacher, how do I get this mind to shut up? How do I get rid of these thoughts? It's extremely tempting to think like that. Most of us do. And if I can get rid of them, then I can finally meditate. But that's not actually the way the process works. We actually want to experience the karma-shaya so that we can learn to deal with it, which is another subject. But the karma-shaya is that field. Think of a farmer's field, and some of the things growing in the farmer's field are weeds, and some of them are beautiful flowers, and some of them are fresh vegetables and fruit. So there's different kinds of thing growing in my karma-shaya. And so in some sense, we're trying to thin out the weeds that are in the karma-shaya. And the pranayama has the effect, the way we talk about the pranayama, has the effect of thinning the veil that is covering over the field called karma-shaya. So just remember the field. Remember the farmer's field as a symbolic metaphor of karma-shaya. Viveka. Viveka is an extremely, extremely important principle. It's actually the reason that is given for the 8 rungs. Why do you practice the 8 rungs? Why do you practice the Ashtanga? The reason is Viveka. If you take a look at the Yoga Sutras, it's clearly outlined there, and Viveka has to do with discernment. Discernment or discrimination, the positive use of the word discrimination, not the negative cultural use of the word discrimination. And so what happens is if we're doing that ekagra, one-pointedness, if we're doing that razor-sharp attention of samyama on whatever arises in the field of mind, recall that when we were talking about stabilizing the mind, we used one-pointedness, but there the purpose was to stabilize the mind. And then when we allow the karma-shaya, the veil over the karma-shaya to thin, memory traces, people and donuts and events and places and concepts and philosophies and ideas just naturally arise to the surface. And so here comes any one of those. And if you allow yourself to not fall into the trap of pushing it away to get rid of it, but if you allow yourself to place your razor-sharp attention on that, you essentially do samyama or samadhi, concentration, meditation, samadhi. You do samyama on that object, on that memory trace. And what will happen then is it will unravel itself and it will reveal itself to you that it in fact is not me. The viveka, the discernment, will cause you to realize, oh, that's just a memory. It's just a memory. It's not me. That's the avidya that we talked about of confusing not self with self. And you realize, oh, that was an experience that I had. That actually has nothing to do with me. Or some situation pops into mind, you put your razor-sharp attention on it. You basically, in effect, remember the music. I said that the samadhi part is a little bit like becoming deeply, deeply absorbed in the music. So here you're doing we talked about vairagya, non-attachment. Here you're allowing yourself your awareness to go into deep absorption on that memory trace or that person or that event or that donut or that whatever object it is. You do that, you essentially do samyama on it, you go into deep absorption on that, you have a samadhi-like moment with that, and it reveals itself, and oh, this is just a memory trace that's in my field of mind. And that awareness that I'm talking about does not, I'm talking to you right now trying to explain this to you. I'm not saying that you're sitting there talking to yourself doing this. You're doing this completely non-verbally inside. And you experientially, you're just suddenly in a moment, in a flash, you're suddenly aware that this memory trace has nothing to do with me. I thought it was me and I was wrong. This is not me. Even if it's something as simple as the name you were given at birth. You know, it doesn't mean that you are going to disown your parents, for example, but you realize suddenly your parents flash into your mind. If you're a mother and your baby flashes into your mind, this is not a cold-hearted thing that says, no, I'm going to renounce my baby and go be a monk and live in the forest and throw away my baby. That's not it. But it's the recognition. In a flash, the viveka is there, the discernment is there, that this is a memory trace of parents or baby or anything else, donuts, whatever it is, and it comes into my field of mind. I do samyama on it, You do this deep, razor-sharp concentration. You become momentarily absorbed in that, and without narrative, without talking your way through it, it's not a contemplation. It just reveals itself in a flash, in an instant, that this is a vidya, that I have taken on this as actually being part of me as soul, as the divinity, as pure consciousness, as whichever way you want to hold that. And you see that, oops, this is a vidya. This abubu, this is not who I am. I am the observer who does this thing called observing observed objects, and this is an object. It's not who I am. And when you do that discernment, that viveka, in a moment, suddenly the coloring, the klesha around that object, whether it's a person or a belief system or an experience or a donut, whatever it is, it starts to attenuate. The coloring, the klesha, starts to attenuate. And this is the means by which we reduce internally our karma. The outplaying of these samskaras, these deep habit patterns that usually are running our lives. Most of us, most of the time, are running around living on autopilot. We're just living on the program that was given to us by life experiences, by family, and just living in the world and in the many, many relationships we've had. Now, different people have a different view on how long it has been that I have collected these deep habit patterns. And either way, either worldview that you have, the principle is still the same. So some people say, well, I've been carrying some of these habit patterns with me over a course of lifetimes. Other people say, oh, no, there's no such thing as reincarnation. God made me now just this, and this is it. This is my one and only life. The important principle here that I'm making that point on, that it doesn't matter which worldview we have, we all have habits. And we've taken them on as if they are who I am. Even in Freudian psychology, they talk about the principle, comes from Latin, they talk about the principle of tabula rasa, the blank slate. It comes from where the old days they had like a chalkboard, and it was a blank slate. And the metaphor was that you come into this body, you're born, and you are blank, and then life experiences starts to write identities all over it, and you end up with a personality. So whether you think of tabula rasa in the psychological sense, and that this is my one and only life, and I don't at all believe, and my religion doesn't believe in reincarnation, it's valid. This works. And if you see that no, my intuition tells me that I've been coming and going and coming and going and collecting samskaras for a long time, between lives, this principle works. And so either way, it's still about viveka. So something arises. Remember earlier, I'm repeating this to make the point. Earlier we talked about one-pointedness as a means of stabilizing the mind so that we could do the subtler introspection. Now, in this stage, we're talking about doing that subtler introspection. And the key to that is the viveka. And what do? Something arises from the basement, from the back mind. I give it attention. I don't push it away. I do samyama on it. I basically go into samadhi, like that music metaphor I use. I get deeply absorbed in the music, except here I get absorbed in that thing, but I don't get lost in it. That's the vairagya, non-attachment. I'm not getting attached into it, but I'm wrapping my awareness around it, and I see clearly what it is. That's the viveka, the discernment, and I see the boo-boo. Oh, this is not me. I thought this was pleasurable, and now I'm seeing that it wasn't pleasurable at all. There's ultimately a consequence to it that was not enjoyable. I thought it was pure, and it wasn't pure. It was impure. I thought it was permanent, but it wasn't. Boo-boo, it's temporary. It was passing. This event comes, it's here for a while, and it went away. It may be a memory of a lost friend, a lost lover that you used to know, that you're still missing, and you realize, oops, when I knew that person, there was something very intense feeling there, but like it or not, most of our relationships are temporary, and we are, as the saying goes, ships passing in the night. And so then that clarity is there. There's the viveka there. It attenuates the klesha, the coloring attenuates. It weakens. and it loses its power over it. It loses its grip over controlling us, and it falls away. And that's how we use the meditation. Remember, the word meditation, we said, is used both for the whole process in common language and specifically rung 7. So in that broad sense, we're doing meditation to attenuate all those things and let go. Nirodha. Then the drastu is in its true nature. This viveka is a little bit like a hinge of a door. Now you can apply this hinge metaphor to many of these principles, and just as you play with it, allow it to speak to you. But here's the idea. This principle of viveka, of discernment, is so important. If you think of a door, the door on the front door of your house, it may be a big, heavy door. If you had to pick the door up and do like this and move it out of the way, it might be very difficult. You may have to get a couple friends to help you move the door. But they put the doors on a hinge. And so then with just the slightest amount of energy, you can turn the doorknob and the door just comes right open. So all of that movement is based on the simplicity of that one hinge. So point here I'm trying to make is that all of these practices and principles that we're talking about operate on the hinge, so to speak, called viveka, or discernment. Everything else is based on that. And the result of using that hinge of viveka is that we attenuate the klesha and we move past the avidya and closer, and all this is the nirodha business, the setting aside business, and we move closer to that word drastu, which was simply the seer, which you can define it any way you want, but that observer, witness, self, seer stands alone in joy that can be called self-realization or enlightenment or God realization, or many different words can be used. And remember here that samyama is the tool that we are using for the viveka. How do we do the viveka? You can't do the viveka if you don't see what we're talking about. How do you do the seeing? You do it with intense absorption in that thing, not with escapism, not with pushing away, how do I get rid of these thoughts I'm trying to meditate. Rather, you allow it to come forward and you wrap your intention intentionally around that memory trace, that object, that habit. You do that with vairagya, non-attachment, and that's what you do, samyama, and then the viveka. So the viveka is the hinge. The thought coming forward becomes the object of that formula of observer observing the observed. And remember, once again, in the early phases of stabilizing the mind, we're giving a suggestion to the mind, such as mind, pay attention to the breath flowing here at the nostrils. And we're doing that so that the mind can become stabilized, so that we can do the other rungs, which lead up to dharana, dhyana, samadhi, concentration, meditation, samadhi, samyama, so that we have the ability to, this thought arises, now I can use my awareness to become fully absorbed in it, observer observing the observed, and through that process we see it clearly, the viveka, the discernment can happen, and realize, oops, this is an object, I'm the observer. And since this is the mere fact that I can be aware of it means that I am not it. And when we're not aware of that, we're wearing our false identities. All of our attractions and aversions, all of my identities of me and not me, mine and not mine, or said differently, mine and yours. All of those identities together is the avidya. And most of us, most of the time, we're walking around in the world asleep in that. And the yogi is trying to awaken from that and set aside, at least temporarily during the time of meditation, at least temporarily set aside all of those identities. And it happens because of the samyama, but you can't do the samyama if you haven't done the preliminary stuff. And it happens because of the samyama and the viveka, the discernment. Well, you can't really do the discernment unless you've done the preparation. Well, if we've done the preparation, then we can do the samyama on the memory trace, and we can do the viveka and set aside and see clearly the avidya and let it go. and then we find the drashtu. If we have removed the coloring, or let me say that slightly differently, if we have attenuated the coloring, we all know this with any form of habit pattern where you've broken a habit pattern in life. You used to have a bad habit of whatever it was, and now you only have that habit a little bit. It has been attenuated. Before, you had no choice about whether to have your morning cup of coffee. You rolled out of the bed and you say, I just can't start my day without a cup of caffeine, just as an example. And so you break your caffeine habit, and then you're at a point where, okay, so I can have a cup of coffee sometimes or not. It doesn't matter. Now I have choice back. What has happened? We have attenuated the klesha. We have attenuated the coloring. So ultimately, when we've attenuated it enough, then we're totally free from it. Here's an example of that we all already know, though we have not applied yogic techniques to doing it. Think of some person, maybe some person back in childhood that you would fight with as a child. This person was an old friend or an old rival, you could say, and he punched you in the nose. And you remembered that for years, that this guy punched you in the nose. And now you see this guy at a reunion 40 years later. And you both can barely remember it. And what happened to your coloring, the hatred that you felt towards this fella, the day after he punched you in the nose, you felt fear and you felt anger. But now 40 years later, it just seems to have evaporated. That's the attenuation of that coloring. And so we've all experienced some things like that in our life where there has been an attenuation of an old memory that used to be very, very colored, either colored with this or colored intensely with this, either one. And it has changed over time. Time is a wonderful, wonderful healer of klesha, of colorings, of attraction and aversion. But we can learn how to do this on our own, where we are removing the coloring not only of events that are live and with us right now, but that are still sitting in that field of karma shaya that we don't even know about, the memories that have been lost. And so what the yogi is trying to do is scan that karma shaya and attenuate those habit patterns that we're not even aware of right now. And this is not about laying on the psychiatrist's couch digging up old stuff. That's not what it's about. When you sit for meditation time, it's naturally old memories and habits, some scars, come forward. This was the principle of with the pranayama. Then comes the lifting of the veil over the karma shaya. And the more we do this over time, the more we become familiar with it. Initially, it sounds like, gee, I don't think I want to do this. That sounds kind of scary. There might be, demons hiding in there. And so we may have a resistance to doing it. By practice over time, we see, wait a minute, this is actually pretty easy. And you watch some of the attenuations come, and you realize, this, I can do this. I am doing this. This is wonderful. One of the ways in which I hear people report on this is from doing these practices in this kind of way, practicing this traditional Ashtanga Yoga, and go home to a family reunion, or somebody in the family has died and all the extended family comes together for the funeral. And the person will come and say, you won't believe what happened. I got together with my family and none of my old buttons was pushed. It just was gone. It's as if the personality I used to have years before seems to have just totally changed. What has happened? The kleshas has been attenuated in lots and lots of those samskaras, of those weeds that are growing in the karma shaya in that field. And what's left? Flowers in the karma shaya, said playfully. Okay? Be light with this stuff. Practice systematically, gently, moving through this. But be kind and be patient. Bhumisu Viniyoga. There's a mouthful of a terminology, isn't it? Bhumisu Viniyoga. The name doesn't matter too much, but when we're talking about this business of applying samyama on old habit patterns called samskaras that are arising from the field of karma-chaya, so that we can do this thing called viveka or discernment, we are allowing ourselves to gradually over time experience all the levels and layers of our unconscious. If you've ever been to a place like the Grand Canyon or just driven by a mountain where they have come by maybe to cut a road through a mountain, and you see the edge of the mountain there, you can see the layers of rocks there. You can see the levels and layers. Well, this is, as a metaphor, the way in which our habit patterns of this and this have laid themselves down in our karma-chaya. It's not just a farmer's field with one level of field. There are levels and layers of this. So as we progress in our practices, gradually the karma-chaya reveals itself at subtler and subtler, deeper and deeper levels. That's nothing to be afraid of. It's just the way that it works. So as this comes, usually for most of us in the early stages of these practice, what comes forward to us, and the reason it's troubling, is we're sitting down for meditation today, and what's on our mind, what's disturbing, is maybe the conflicts that we were having today during the day with family or co-workers or adversaries or competitors, and we're sitting there basically in our minds re-scripting conversations that we've had today, or a conflict, and like tomorrow I'm going to say so and so, I'm going to say this and that to that person. And so our minds are, that's very current. It's near the surface of those stratified layers. And the point here of this terminology is simply to acknowledge, and the name again doesn't matter, but that it's stratified, it's in layers, and it just naturally comes forward a little bit at a time. Sometimes we may have some memory trace come forward that seems to not even be me. We have no idea where it came from. Maybe it's an old memory trace that's from early childhood, or a movie that we saw when we were a child and we took it on as me. Or if you see us as having multiple incarnations, it may be memories from a previous life, and you just don't know what it is. And all it means, it's a subtler, deeper level of our own being. Another principle of that is when we are mostly operating in the world, I am consciousness operating out through intelligence and then out through a mind, and is being affected by the memories in that karma-chaya. And then I use my ability to express out here in my cognitive senses coming inward. But as we get subtler and subtler with these practices, we come to see, as an example, that my ability to see with my eyeball or to hear with my ear, my cognitive senses are actually objects. So somewhere along the way, we become aware of the object of my senses. And when those senses bring in information from the outside world, to whom do they give that information? To whom do they report it? They report it to the mind. So the mind is utilizing the cognitive senses to engage the external world. Somewhere along the way, as we move down those subtler and subtler levels, we find ourselves that the object, observer observing the observed, the object being observed is the instrument called mind itself. This may sound odd, but it's part of what happens along the way as this stuff gets subtler and subtler, and we're moving down those levels and layer. And so then the awareness that's way back here, so to speak, is now doing samyama, is becoming absorbed on the mind itself, on manas itself. And then we realize, this is a little hard to believe, but what we realize is that I am not a mind. I have a mind, but who I am is not a mind. Even that was a false identity. Oh, silly me. I thought that I was a mind. I thought I am my personality. Oh, I spent all these years thinking that I am good and nice and kind and sweet and skilled in this or that way, and I have constructed this huge, huge false identity that I am based on this, and that includes the fact that I think that I am a mind. And I am not a mind. I am consciousness or something like that. I'm Purusha or Atman or something like that, or Shakti or divinity or God, or however you want to hold it. I am that, and that I am operating outward through all these instruments. And the instruments, even the instrument of mind itself, is an instrument. It's an object that I'm operating outward through. I'm using glasses. I use glasses because of my eyes. These physical glasses right here, these are an instrument for me to be able to look out here. Well, the eyeballs behind my physical glasses, those are instruments. And the mental, the nerves back here and the brain back here, all of these things, and my mind, whatever mind is, are instruments of that which is way back here. And so as we're doing this samyama in these ever subtler levels and doing the viveka business, the clarity comes that, oops, I thought I was a mind. And that gets set aside. And we're moving ever closer to that realization, and it comes in stages, to that realization of the drastu. Tata drastu svarupavayavastanam, when we spoke of very early on in these conversations, that I'm the drastu. I'm not even the mind. And so the point in this section is simply noting that this whole process gets subtler and subtler and subtler. A metaphor to think of is that underneath the ground of that karmashaya, that field of weeds and flowers, is a level, are levels of stratified, like stratified rocks, the way we've seen along walls or in Grand Canyons or something like that. So it just gets subtler and subtler and subtler. Here's another point when we're going through these levels and layers. You do not need to approach this as if there is a formalized checklist that I've gone through this layer and now I need to go through this layer, and oops, I've tried to skip that layer. We don't have to view it that way. The levels and layers, the weeds and the various kinds of weeds and flowers and all this, and the donuts and the peoples and the old memories, all of those, they naturally arise forward. Why? Because they're klishta. They are colored with klesha. They are colored with attraction, aversion. And so they naturally rise to the surface. And as the most surface layer things come forward and are attenuated, then those are no longer an obstacle. So then what is even subtler will start to come forward. But this is not like there's a checklist here that we must go through all of these without skipping it. It just naturally, the levels and layers of your own person construction, your own personality, who I am construction, will naturally come forward. We don't have to dig it out or root it out or have a checklist. It just naturally comes. It arises, and it comes from the layers. And remember, again, the hinge we were talking about, that the hinge is the viveka. And how can we do viveka? We have to be able to do very, very sharp attention, which is the samyama, which is the combination of the last three rungs, the last three of the ashtanga. The dharana, dhyana, and samadhi together are called samyama. And so we simply apply them to the subtler and subtler levels and layers. Again, not a checklist, it just naturally comes forward. And by doing this, you find that over time, your meditation times, your daily meditation times, just start finally getting quieter and quieter and peaceful. And that's a nice thing. And you also discover that the otherwise fear, that fifth klesha, that amnivesha, that fear that comes from some of this coming forward, it's like you become fearless. It's like it just doesn't matter, because all these is vrittis. All these are samskaras. These are only memory traces that are like dust under my carpet. That's all it is. And it's no big deal. And so you become more and more fearless about the whole thing. And things get quieter. And you start to have some glimpses which leads you to realize at different levels of intuition that says, wow, I think that these yogis are really telling the truth. when they talk about and they use fancy language and say that I am pure consciousness, I'm not defective, I'm not broken, I'm not a sinner, I'm divine, and things like that. You start to realize, this is really, really true. And I think I spent much of my life never really knowing that. I kind of believed it, but I'm starting to see that there's truth in this. And you find that in the morning when you look at the mirror, you see a smile. You say, who the hell is that in that mirror smiling back at me like this? And you start to realize that is the drashtu. That is more and more, that it's the seer itself that's looking in the mirror back at you, through your eyeballs and through your brain and through your mind and through all these instruments. And that's a pretty nice thing. Again, patience, kindness, lovingness to yourself, and gentle persistence. Pratipaksha. Remember that the way in which we're having these conversations is that we started with some foundation principles, then we went through each of the 8 rungs of Ashtanga Yoga, and then we're talking about what to do with them. Pratipaksha is one of the principles that relates to the yamas and the niyamas. And what it refers to is cultivating the contrary. Stick with this. This is not complicated, so don't get blown away by the fancy word. Pratipaksha means cultivating the contrary when we discover in ourselves that we are not doing the yamas and niyamas. Simple example, probably the best example, is ahimsa. We're saying, I want to practice ahimsa. Let's say, for example, we're talking about ahimsa in relationship to my closest relationship inside of family, probably. And so I sit there and I resolve to myself that I'm just simply not going to push against my family members. It doesn't mean just nonviolence. I'm not going to, beat up my spouse, but I'm not going to push against. And then I discover internally that I'm having this tendency to do exactly that. I discover it myself. The suggestion in yoga is to cultivate the opposite. One of the things about non-harming that is a perfect example is very commonly, on this point of cultivating the opposite, very commonly one says, well, the opposite of this pushing against the other person is love. And that's simply not the principle. The principle is not that when I'm pushing against a person, I'm going to lie to myself and say, what I'm feeling is love, when what I've got going on is one of these. I've got some of this dvesha going on. If it's a person in your work life, for example, and you have a conflict with that person and you think that guy's a real jerk and you're feeling like pushing against, someone may say, your yoga friend says, well, love him. And if you're really honest with yourself, inside you think to yourself, how the hell can I love that jerk? And so it's very, very difficult. The principle here of Pratipaksha is cultivate the awareness through a practice called internal dialogue. Talk back to yourself and remind yourself, mind, you're pushing against this guy, you're pushing against this family member, and that's not useful. Mind, you need to go in the other direction. That's the principle of the contrary, cultivating the contrary. Stop going there, mind, and go in the right direction. It's a simple, simple reminder of yourself, and we can all do this. In some sense, we're all already doing this in life and relationships. If I have resolved in for example, the first niyama, which is about purifying the body and mind, you've made a resolution to yourself that you're going to eat healthy food. And the next thing you know, you're out at lunch with a friend and you just fill yourself up with junk food, whatever that happens to be. And you know you shouldn't do it. And so the contrary is then reminding yourself, okay, look self, look at the tummy ache I'm getting from this, look what this is doing to my health and my body. And again, reminding yourself this is not useful. The direction that I went into was eating the bad food. We catch ourselves at it. We don't beat up on ourselves. It's the simple act of using awareness, using the clarity of your natural intelligence, that in yoga language is called buddhi. You use that natural intelligence to simply remind yourself, you know, oops, I went in the wrong direction. I shouldn't have eaten that bad food. Mind, learn from this. Create a new habit, mind, and let's go in the opposite direction. Next time we have the opportunity to have that junk food, I'll have that really yummy, you know, vegetable salad or whatever it was, in your own language, in your own assessment of where you are. But the principle there is what's very, very important. It's very much not beating up on yourself. It's very gently doing self-training at the level of the yamas and niyamas, all of them. When your intelligence catches yourself, observe simply that I missed my cue. I'm not doing what I resolved that I was going to do. I used my determination to say I'm going to cultivate the practice of the yamas and niyamas as a foundation principle for the remainder of the 8 rungs. And it's just simply, I playfully like to say sometimes, it's as simple as going, oops, boo-boo. I just simply did that. And so it's just an awareness that is a course correction. That said I was going to go in this direction and I accidentally went in that direction, so what? Mind, don't go in this direction. Remember, go in this direction. And the principle, again, is cultivating the opposite, pratipaksha. If you find yourself internally pushing against, the solution is not saying, oh, I love. What is needed is the cessation of pushing. That's what's needed. That's the opposite. The opposite of pushing is not love. The opposite of pushing is refraining or ceasing to push. Ceasing putting the exertion into the pushing. That's the opposite. Then the beauty of that is when you stop pushing, what do you discover? You discover love. But the love stands alone. It's a beautiful thing standing alone. It's not simply that, you know, pushing is bad and love is good. It's not a fake love. It's natural by the cessation of pushing. And we just naturally find ourselves in the habit sometimes. We have personalities. We want to say, well, I'm just human. Well, no, I'm not actually human. I'm pure consciousness or something like that, ananda bliss. I'm something like that. That's who I really am. But we have these habits, this karma-shaya that we talked about, this field of habit patterns comes forward, and we tend to push against the other people of the world. And it's just what happens with minds. Everybody who has a mind does this stuff. Everybody who has an ego does this stuff. We just do it to varying degrees. But the yogi says, let me observe this. And so if again, if I push against, it's not that the opposite of pushing is love. The opposite of pushing is to cease pushing, the cessation of pushing. And that's the ahimsa. So when we find that we're doing the himsa, we catch ourselves, we see it, our wisdom sees it, and we say simply, oops, going in the wrong direction, oops, boo-boo, chill out, mind, stop pushing, cease pushing, mind. You're doing your internal self-talk. Cease pushing. Stop pushing against that person. And then you discover, behind it, then you discover love. This is also, all of this principle here of this cessation is one of the ground principles of Nirodha. The Nirodha, which we already talked about, gets subtler and subtler and subtler and finer and finer and finer. But this, in a way of saying it, this principle here of pratipaksha is at the grosser level of living the yamas and niyamas, which are the first 2 rungs. And so the same principle, in some sense, it's the starting point of Nirodha, but it builds on or leads into the subtler, deeper, finer meanings of that word Nirodha. And all of this together collectively is then leading us toward the awareness of that drashtu, the seer, the observer, the witness that is back here using the instrument of mind and senses and brain and body to act out here. And gradually we're receding back inward until we find the drashtu. Pratipaksha. Cultivating the contrary, the opposite. Not negative contrary, like a contrary personality. Again, it's I'm doing this, no, back off. That's the contrary, back off. I'm pushing, back off. And there we discover beauty and bliss and love and all these wonderful, delightful things. Samprajnata and asamprajnata, form and formless. We've had a lot of conversation about the tools, and we ended up talking about samyama, which is the combination of dharana, dhyana, samadhi, concentration, meditation, and the deep absorption called samadhi. There are many levels of our being, which we talked about, in which we do this inner exploration. Recall that we talked about one-pointedness, ekagra, first as a tool of stabilizing the mind, and then using that one-pointed skill to introspect the levels and layers of our being. These words, samprajnata and asamprajnata, are two categories of the way in which we have that inner experience. Samprajnata means that there is an object on which the mind is leaning. Sort of like, leaning on a table with your elbow. The mind likes to lean on an object. It just does. In some sense, we all already know this. Your mind loves to do something. It loves to see, smell, taste, hear something. It always likes to have something going on. The object that the mind has going on is called a samprajnata. Sa means with, so samprajnata means with an object on which the mind can rest itself and play with. I'll use an example here. I'm just using this example just because it's fun to make a point, and I like the example. And not to suggest that you would ever do this meditation, but imagine that you're sitting there and you look out across from you and you see a red rose sitting in a vase. And you're sitting there gazing at that rose, and there it is. You see the rose in front of you. Then imagine you close your eyes, and in your mind, in your inner field of mind, you either see or are aware of a red rose. This is a samprajnata. This is the object on which your attention is focused, the existence of that red rose. Now imagine just for a moment, however this happens internally, imagine that your attention gets drawn to one petal of the rose. And in your awareness, the awareness of the stem and the little green leaves falls away. And you're just sort of, in your attention, gazing very intently on one red petal. Both of those are samprajnata. The whole rose is more, so to speak, external, more complete than is the red petal. It's the slightest movement inward from whole red rose into petal. Now imagine you're, so to speak, meditating on the red petal, and your attention, however this happens internally, is drawn to the redness, to the color itself of the red rose petal. And when your attention gets absorbed in the redness, your attention, your awareness, so to speak, of the petalness falls away. So now no longer are you aware of rose, you're now no longer aware of petal. You're only aware of red. And so red is also an object. It is a samprajnata, but notice that they're getting subtler. We went from a rose, a red rose, to a red petal, and now we're aware of redness alone. It may seem odd to say this, but redness, the color red, is now an object. It's not an object in the sense of the tangible rose that we could, hold in our hand and turn around and play with like that, but it is an object of sorts. Now just pretend that what I'm about to say makes sense. Somehow pretend that it makes sense. Imagine for a moment that you were aware of the red petal, And then you were aware. You're doing this internally in your mind field, but imagine for a moment that you were aware of your eyeballs, your physical eyeballs that are normally used as an instrument for seeing. You're aware of your eyeballs, and you let go of your awareness of red petalness and red. And then for a moment, just for a moment, pretend that somehow this makes sense, that you're now aware of the mind, called manas, which is using the ability to see the red, to see the petal, and to see the rose. And now you're aware of the mind itself. Even the mind itself is an object. Recall that much earlier in the foundation principles we talked about vrittis, we talked about waves, fluctuations like waves in the field of mind, like an ocean, a wave in an ocean. And those vrittis are not only thoughts of flowers and red flowers and petals and redness and eyeballs and the sense of seeing, but even the mind itself is an object. Even the mind itself is a samprajnata. Now just for a moment, and again, pretend that this makes sense, that somehow you're in a mental stance. There is some form of mental stance where the observer, observing the observed, the observer is in some sort of configuration or asana or mental asana or stance whereby it is aware of the rose or the petal or the red or the seeing ability or the mind. It's in that configuration. Now just pretend that the mind, the mind as the one who's doing this observing, the observer remains in that configuration, in that stance, and there's only one object there, whichever one it is. And imagine, this is just a way of holding the possibility, that just imagine that object, that you forgot that object, and it just literally fell away. Your mind is still in the stance of being an observer, observing the observed. Some aspect of mind, observer, back here is still there and is still active, only there is no object. It has fallen away. This is the meaning of asamprajnata. So there are many, many, many levels of samprajnata attention or samprajnata samadhi. And then sometimes all of those fall away and you end up with asamprajnata samadhi. The aspect of our being that is still the observer, observing objects, is still there and is still active. It can seem like this is the end of the journey. What we're talking about here is extremely subtle meditation. And so just be patient with it. But asamprajnata samadhi is not the end of the journey. It is not, we talked about kaivalya, it is not yet kaivalya. It is not purusha or consciousness standing alone as capital S self-realization. It can seem as if it's the end of the journey, but if we understand in some way the concept of samprajnata and asamprajnata, then as we practice all these things and we go through those ever subtler levels of being, then when we have moments where it seems like all of the objects fall away, there's a great insight that comes with it, and there's a certain form of joy or ananda that comes along with it. But your own deepest level of wisdom will realize this was really cool. This was a wonderful, delightful experience, and keep going, because I have not finished the journey. And you'll know it yourself. You won't need some other person to validate it for you. You know it yourself, because you've explored, you contemplated, you looked within these principles. You understand the principle that there are many levels of observer, observing, and observed. There are many levels and categories of observed object. And all those that I just said in the example, those are all levels of an observed object. And you know that because you've played with it and you've experienced that, and you say, so I'm not going to fall for the trap when I run into it, and all of a sudden it seems like the mind is empty because the object on which I was meditating fell away. And I got a glimpse of asamprajnata. I got a glimpse of objectless. And yet your inner wisdom knows, Don't stop now. Keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going and practice, practice, practice. Patiently, lovingly towards yourself. Patience. Practice. And please, please be nice to yourself. And just keep doing the practice. Remember the principle we talked about. This whole journey takes a long time with a good attitude, gentle persistence, and no vacation, which doesn't mean work hard. It means play, work, be light, be gentle, be kind, be loving. Okay? Parinama. A parinama is a transition. Here, at this stage of our conversations together, we're talking about extremely subtle levels of functioning. And compared to our normal, ordinary, conscious, waking state mind, some of this that I'm about to say almost makes absolutely no sense, except I'll try to say it in a way that it does make sense. But please just remember that we're talking about something that you'll experience later in the subtler aspects of the inner journey. Parinama means transition, and there are 3 parinamas that I want to tell you about that are part of yoga. And eventually, each of those parinamas becomes an object, so to speak, of meditation, where we talk again about the observer, observing, and observed. And the parinama, the transition, actually becomes the object of observation. And I know that sounds strange because when you hear this, it doesn't sound like an object. Here's the example that I want to give you of that. Imagine that you're in your car and you're trying to pull out into the traffic on a very fast-moving, highway with lots of lanes. It's a what do they call an open highway, where there's a limited access highway, I think is what they call it. Like in U.S. called an interstate highway. In Europe it's called the Autobahn, amongst other things. And so you're in your car and you're on the side road and you want to enter out into that fast-moving traffic. What do? You put your foot on the gas pedal, on the accelerator, and the car accelerates. And then when you get up to a certain speed, you pull out into the traffic. When you're getting ready to get off of that highway, what do? You decelerate. How do you do it? You take your foot off the gas pedal, the speedometer starts to slow down, and you're moving off the highway onto an exit road to get off. Now, we all know that during one of those periods, I'm accelerating. Another, you can take the same metaphor and think of it in terms of an airplane. If you get on a commercial airline, isn't it exciting at the point that the pilot puts full power into the engines and you can feel the airplane starting to roll down the runway, and it goes faster and faster and faster, and it's accelerating, and all of a sudden you can feel something happen where the wings are starting to get lift and the plane jumps up off the runway, and it's still accelerating. You can feel the plane when it's coming in for landing and the pilot backs off on the power and the plane is starting to decelerate, starting to slow down. Whether you think of a car or an airplane, the principle I'm wanting you to ponder about is acceleration and deceleration. Now, in a strange, odd sort of way, if you're a physicist or an aeronautical engineer, this is an easy concept. So to speak, acceleration is an object. Deceleration is an object. It is a thing, so to speak. It's not a thing like a physical object we can hold in our hand, but there is an objectness to it. So the observer, observing, and observed, you can be aware of, I as an observer can be aware of the phenomenon of acceleration. I as observer can use my mental powers of observing and sensation to be aware of the object called deceleration. These are almost intangible objects, but yet in some sense they are objects. This is what the parinamas are about. When you let go an object, remember we talked much earlier about nirodha, And we talked about that there are several different words. We don't have a perfect translation word so to go for nirodha, but one of them we used is setting aside or letting go. So when you let go of that thought pattern that comes into your mind, and this one comes and drifts away, and another thought pattern comes and it drifts away, when this thought pattern drifts away, that is a parinama. It is called a nirodha parinama. It is a transition of nirodha. It's a transition of falling away. Okay? And I hope that makes sense. Ponder on this and you'll get it. So that's a nirodha parinama. It's a transition, but it's a transition where this is falling away or letting go or suspending or something like that. Then what happens, that next thought comes to you internally, and it's presenting itself in front of you. And then you see that when you sense it, you're aware of it, it comes in front of you, and you see it or sense it or intuit it or whatever word you want to use for that. And then gradually your attention, your observer, becomes engaged in that new thought, that new memory. Okay? And then after a few moments, you are completely absorbed in that. And what do we call that? We call that a samadhi or a samadhi-like state. So the one was letting go of the last thought fell away. That's the nirodha parinama. This one is called samadhi parinama. It's the process, the parinama, the object, if you will, of going into samadhi on the next object that comes into your mind field. Now once it's there, and you have done the samadhi parinama, and now you are in samadhi on that object, whatever level of object it was, whether it's a really gross object or a very subtle object, whatever it is, you're now in samadhi on that object. Then the last parinama is where that samadhi on that object remains. It stays. It does not then fall away in nirodha. It stays there. And now I'm in samadhi on that object, and I'm there, and I'm there, and I'm there, and it sustains itself. So from the samadhi parinama, there comes an ekagra parinama. And so now there's a one-pointedness on that samadhi. And instead of that samadhi falling away with that object and another one coming, and I get caught into that one and falling away, it would be a little bit, and I mean this like a metaphor, you're sitting there watching your television show and you're absorbed in it. Wow, you're watching the movie on the TV and you're in samadhi on it, you're completely absorbed in it. All of a sudden somebody sneaks into the room, and remember, I mean this as a symbol, as a metaphor, not literally, just so you can get a feel for what we're talking about. Somebody walks in, picks up the television clicker device and pushes the button, and the next thing you know, there's a new show on the TV. And what happens? In a moment, you're patient, you're loving, it's your close friend or your spouse came and turned the thing, and so you don't get mad, you just stay with the next show. And you go into samadhi, you do samadhi parinama and go into absorption on the next one. When that happens, there is no ekagra parinama because it got changed. So we have nirodha, falling away. There's a transition into falling away. There's a transition into deep absorption on that TV show. That's, if you will, samadhi-like falling into that TV show. And then ekagra parinama is the transition from that momentary samadhi into staying with it. It's one-pointedness, ekagra. It continues, it continues, it continues. And so each of these three transitions is an object itself. Now just pretend for a moment, somehow, that you had some degree of mastery of the awareness of your mind over transitions. And your mind is constantly experiencing these transitions all the time. And if you had mastery over those transitions, you would not be affected at all by any karmas, by any samskars, by any attractions or aversions, klesha, the klishta vrittis we were talking about. None of them would bother you at all. You would be completely neutral about them. You would become virtually Buddha, just to pick a popular, well-known name. You would be a true adept, a real, total master saint, total yogi adept. Pretty simple, huh? This that we're talking about with these paranamas, this is something that comes in the much more advanced levels of this inner inquiry. So remember that. It's not like it becomes this, as we know, an external skill. If you learn a pranayama technique, this breathing practice, or this physical body posture, these are sort of surface level external methods or techniques. And this is extremely much subtler than that. So probably you don't want to spend some time contemplating on this and experience the process of transition in life and at meditation times. But please be kind to yourself and don't overwork it, or you'll, and I mean this playfully, you'll drive yourself crazy trying to think your way through this and try to figure it out. So please don't work too hard. Just be aware of the concepts and go about your practices and do the practices, do all the 8 rungs. Live the preparation for the 8 rungs, do the 8 rungs, and do all of these practices. Learn more. Remember, this is just an introductory course into traditional Ashtanga Yoga, and that we're doing this over a considerably long period of time with a good attitude, without a break. And then more and more subtleties get revealed to you as you do the practices. This is how this works. So again, I know it's a common theme I keep saying, but please be nice to yourself. So don't get worried too much about this paranama. Take the 3 paranamas. Think about the examples I gave. Remember the car entering the freeway and the airplane taking off. These are transitions. And so these are ones that we're all familiar with, these kinds of transitions. And we're familiar with the transition of letting go of this and getting absorbed in this, and then the transition into maintaining stability on being absorbed in this, and then just observe this. One of the things that we used to do, I would have retreats in our Rishikesh, India ashram, and a lot of people would come from around the world, and they would fly in and out of Delhi. And I would ask the people, when you're leaving the ashram to go home, please be aware of the moment that the taxi cab wheels leave the ashram. Be aware of the moment that the tires on the car touch the road in front of the ashram. That's a transition. And in that moment, you just left the ashram. Be aware of it. And I'll say, and when you get on the airplane and you're sitting there and the pilot's getting ready to go, and when you feel the airplane lift off, and sometimes you can hear the vibration of those really huge wheels. You can feel and hear the vibration of the wheels lifting up off the runway. And I said, just be aware of it. Enjoy the transition and be aware. And then when I do that, in my mind, I say, goodbye, India. And when the airplane comes back and the wheels touch down at the airport here in the U.S., I say, hello, America. It's a transition. And there's so many transitions that we're doing in life that this is something you can practice. It may not be the depths of samadhi, but we can do it all the time. Every day when you leave your house to go to work, whatever form of which that is, or go to school, or to leave and do whatever, in a very pleasant, playful, loving, enjoyable kind of way, be aware of when you close the door in your house and leave. Be aware when you leave your house. If family members, sometimes we leave, we give and receive a hug. Those are nice moments of transition, and I think we all know that. But look at it, be aware of it as a yogi, be aware of it as a moment of transition, and say, wow, I'm doing this transition business constantly. And when I'm going to do my practice, I'm going to go into my room, into my space, and I'm going to do some postures, I'm going to do some breathing exercises, I'm going to turn myself within, I'm going to close the door on my room. That's a transition. And when you get into your asana to sit for meditation, that's a transition. And when your breath becomes smooth, a moment ago it was erratic, now it's smooth, that's a transition. When your awareness goes beyond the breath and you're in the field of mind, there's a feeling There's a sensation that I have quit breathing. You haven't quit breathing, but there is a sensation of quitting breathing. Why? Because you just transitioned away from breath awareness, and now you're in the depth. And this phenomenon of the boundary line of out there in here keeps happening inward, 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 every systematic step along the journey. And each one of those is a transition. And in some sense, each one of those involves a nirodha and a samadhi and an ekagra. So again, please be patient with it, observe transitions throughout life, and be aware of it, that you're doing it right in the middle of your meditation time. And this is a core principle of the subtlest nature of where this whole Ashtanga Yoga business is going. And remember, it's very, very subtle, so be kind, be patient with yourself. Have fun with this. Have fun, enjoy it, please, please, please. Okay? Kaivalya. Kaivalya ultimately is the goal of yoga. Remember earlier we talked about the way you go to school or any kind of training program. You go through this, then this, then this, then this, and then finally you graduate. You don't start school by going and getting a PhD, for example. You go to undergraduate school and you get a bachelor's degree. You go through 4 years of college. You're a freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. And when you're the freshman, you feel fresh and new and confused. And by the time you're a junior, you're feeling confident and all that kind of stuff. And then you're a senior and you're on top of the world. And then you graduate. And then what do? You go sort of start over in your master's degree. And after you do that, then you work on the PhD. So there's a sequence to it. And this is the way that we're all familiar with this. And then after we finish the education or the training program, whatever the training is, then you do what's next. So the 8 rungs are the training program. And so all of the rungs of Ashtanga Yoga, those are the tools. Collectively, they are the tool, which ended up with samyama, which was dharana, dhyana, and samadhi, which we talked about, concentration, meditation, and samadhi. And then you apply that, as we talked about, to the ever subtler levels of your being. Well, so what? Where does this lead? Eventually, it leads to this state or this way of being that's called kaivalya, which translates as liberation. It means that ultimately there is a liberation, a freedom, so to speak, a liberation or freedom between me as pure observer, pure drastu, pure consciousness, whatever that means, and all of those manifestations of ragas and deveshas and abniveshas, the fears, all of those kleshas. When we ultimately become free from all of those, liberated from them, then the drastu truly rests in its own true nature. The definition of yoga, yoga is chitta vritti nirodha. Remember we talked about nirodha. And what comes from that? Then tadadrastu svarupayavastam. Then the seer, the witness, the observer, stands alone in its own true nature of satchidananda, of existence, consciousness, and bliss itself, what is commonly called the state of enlightenment or self-realization. It is the self standing alone, aware only of itself. It's not doing any observing. It's not using the tools of observing the external world, and it's not observing external objects. And even the objects in the mind, by this point, the objects in the mind, the memories in the mind, are now experienced as being external to me. The other way, I'm back here, I'm using the instruments of mind and habits and identities to employ the mind, to use the senses, to use the body and its nervous system and brains and eyeballs and ears and all this to experience the world out there. When we have successfully navigated these 8 rungs and we have applied them to the ever subtler levels of our being, as we already talked about, when we have done that, where it ultimately leads is this liberation. And then there's this indescribable freedom from all of that. And that's the meaning of kaivalya. So it's extremely useful to remember Where is all of this leading? It's leading to Kaivalya. And that Kaivalya, that liberation, that freedom actually is the meaning of yoga. That's what yoga really ultimately is all about, is the recognition of that. And all the work that we do with relationships in the world, doing karma yoga right in the middle of our career life, for example, doing all of those yogas, doing physical yoga postures in a yoga studio or on our own, however we're doing, all of those are preparation. Some of it is preparation for that first word that we talked about, atta yoganushasana. Now, finally, after I've done a whole bunch of prior preparation, now I'm prepared to look within, I'm prepared to inspect within and train myself in the tools, the Ashtanga, the 8 rungs, to be able to apply it to the ever subtler levels of my being. What's the outcome? Kaivalya. It's pretty simple, isn't it? It's not easy. It's not easy at all, but there is a simplicity to it. And it's nice to know this is the meaning of yoga. What's the name of the process that we're doing along the way to do all of this nirodha business, all of this letting go business? The name, the simple name of that process is yoga. What's the goal? What's the final outcome? The final outcome is yoga. So the whole process is yoga. But the fancy word for that final outcome of liberation or freedom is Kaivalya. And please, as I've been saying a lot in here, please hold it lightly. Be nice to yourself. Don't beat up on yourself because you don't yet have Kaivalya. It's something that comes along the way. So be nice to yourself and be patient, please. Kaivalya. You may recall that when in the early part of the foundation principles, we talked about how we do these practices for a long time with a good attitude and without a break, with no vacation. As we come to the end of this journey together, I want to remind you that this literally does take a long time. It's very, very tempting to think that we can really learn all this stuff through watching a Udemy course or going to a weekend workshop, and I've got a few extra hours. Let me know about this Ashtanga Yoga business. Just tell me what it is. We can talk about the process a little bit, but as in with any kind of education or training, it takes a considerable amount of time. Here's an simple arithmetic way of looking at it. If you go to college, and you go to a 4-year college, and you work at it full-time, 50 weeks a year. I'm using 50 just because we can do the arithmetic in our head very easily. And if you put in 40 hours a week, a typical full-time job, if you put in 40 hours a week for 50 weeks, that's 2,000 hours. If you do that for 4 years, that's 8,000 hours. So we can say in rough terms, just to sort of round up a little bit, we're talking about approximately 10,000 hours. How many hours is a person going to invest if they go on and get a master's degree and a PhD, or they become a highly skilled professional as, a psychologist or a doctor or any profession? You're going to spend many, many hours doing that. And so I find that this number 10,000, I play with it just because it's an easy number to do the arithmetic in your mind. You don't even have to have your calculator. And so please don't be tempted into thinking that this whole journey, that yoga, that Ashtanga Yoga is leading you on, is something that you can do in a very short time. I mean this lovingly and truly playfully. But there's a certain humor in the idea. Laugh with me on this. There's a certain humor that in our modern culture, you're going to go be a certified yoga teacher with a couple hundred hours put in. And everybody that I know who's ever done that and is really offering good, fruitful teachings to people, every one of them well understands that that's just the smallest beginning, putting in a couple hundred hours. So please, understand that this takes a long time. It's measured in years. It's not measured even in a couple months or a couple weeks. It's a long time. Playfully you hold on to the idea of the 10,000 hours. Just let it sit in your mind, and remember, this takes a long time, the same way any field of education and training takes. And at the same time, also remember that there is a simplicity to it. We have just, in going through these talks, in these conversations, in this course together, this really is a reasonably good framework. The whole of Ashtanga Yoga is a reasonably good and clear framework of the whole process. And if you allow yourself to do it, you'll see that there is a kind of simplicity to the process. You're just starting from out here, you're turning inward, whatever that means, and you're going from subtle, from gross to subtle, to subtler, to subtler, to subtler, and finally to the subtlemost level of your being. And there you discover the drashtu, the seer, the true self, whatever you choose to call that. And then ultimately that's called absolute freedom, liberation, which is that fancy word kaivalya that we were just talking about. So there is a simplicity to it. Here's a word pair, two words that are very, very convenient to remember. There is simplicity in this process, but it is not easy. It is not easy at all, but there is a simplicity to it. And if you remember that there's a simplicity and then it's not easy, then when some of those obstacles, we talked briefly about the obstacles which naturally occur, then when those obstacles occur, the wisdom part of you says, wait a minute, this is just one of those predictable obstacles. It's no big deal. I'm not a failure. Obstacles naturally come. And the simplicity is still there, and guess what? This guy was right. This is not easy. But I can keep going. I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to enjoy life. I'm going to enjoy my friends and my family and all of the aspects of my yoga life. But I'm going to remember, it's not easy. And so don't beat up on yourself. Do not, please, I beg of you, do not beat up on yourself. It's not an easy journey. It's just not. But there is a simplicity to it. And also remember, here's another word that I kind of enjoy, is the word glimpses. Along the way, we have glimpses of quiet. You sit there and you realize, wow, you know, I was sitting here doing my practice today, and I think I've never experienced anything like this in my life. My mind was actually, feels like the first time, my mind was actually quiet. And I feel like I have an intuition of the nature of this drashtu. And isn't this incredible? And again, one of those obstacles that we talked about, and it's not a huge obstacle, is that we then forget that. We literally forget that experience and we go backwards. And the next thing you know, we're caught up in the craziness of life once again. And we remember, what happened to that meditation I was doing a few days ago or last week? And boy, life was really, really good for about 5 minutes. And I understood everything. The universe made sense. I had peace of mind. I had contentment. I truly had santosh. I truly had contentment. And I felt like, boy, I'm never going to go backwards now. And then you discover that it was temporary. And the clouds were removed. We see this in the sky. The clouds come, the sun is blocked, there's a lightning storm, and boom, 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 and all this craziness goes on. Then you notice the clouds thin out, and you think, oh, the storm is over. Next thing you know, the clouds come back. And this is the way this deal works. You have glimpses, the clouds clear, you see the sun, you have a feeling of richness, a little intuition of the nature of kaivalya or freedom, a little intuition of the nature of drashtu, and then it clouds over once again. Don't be concerned about it. It's not a big deal. It's just the way this thing happens. And it's literally, don't take my word for it, go look it up in the book, in the resources. Go look it up. You'll find that this feeling of going backwards is one of the obstacles that is outlined there. And it was outlined there thousands of years ago. And it's just as true now as it was then. It's just natural to have clouding come. But the beauty is we get intuitions, we get glimpses along the way. And it just keeps happening. So, and then what do you do when the glimpse clouds over? And I know that sometimes you have such a rich glimpse and you really feel like, boy, I've really got it now, and I'm never going to lose this. I've got this now. And then when you realize it clouds over again, it can have a sort of depressing feeling to it. Guess what? That feeling of sadness or depression is also one of those obstacles that is outlined in the text. It's part of the process. So the losing of the glimpse is a predictable part of the process. And then feeling bad because you lost the glimpse, that's also part of the process. And so if you know that, then you say, well, none of this is really a big deal. It feels like that glimpse is never going to come again. I've had the feeling myself, so, wow, this maybe was the opportunity in my life. Maybe this was the one shot in my life to actually go through the final door, whatever that means, to enlightenment. And I feel like I just blew it. I have failed in my life before, but this is the grand failure. Now I've had the granddaddy of them all, the possibility of the door opening, and I could have the wisdom of Buddha, or Christ, or Patanjali, or whoever that we think of as a model. And I failed. It can feel like that. But then a little time goes by and you realize, wait a minute, this is predictable. I was warned about this. Is just the way this journey works. So again, what I'm wanting to talk about here is glimpses. Glimpses, intuitions of the depth of this stuff come just simply by living it and doing it gently, 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 day after day after day for a long time, no break, and a good, healthy attitude. And the glimpses come, and then they cloud over. Glimpses, and so just keep playing with it, and be kind to yourself. Be kind to yourself, patient and loving. Okay? Dhyana and Vichara. I know we've talked about Dhyana because it's rung 7. And remember also we talked about the English word meditation and how most of us use that word in at least 2 different ways. So one way is this entire process that here we're talking about in terms of Ashtanga Yoga, those entire rungs together. In our common language, most of us will call it meditation. You say to your friend, well, you know, why didn't you answer the phone? I called you a little while. And you say, well, I turned my phone off because I was meditating. That does not mean that I actually attained the level of dhyana in this session of this effort to do meditation. I went into my space, I sat on my butt, I did some preparation, and I attempted to go into samadhi. And so what do we call that? We say in simple language, common language, we say, I did meditation. In terms of the 8 rungs, meditation, dhyana, is specifically rung 7. So either way that we're wanting to hold that, we're talking about the process of dhyana or meditation. There's a companion term, I think I mentioned it a time or two, that's called vichara. And vichara roughly means contemplation. And these two are companions. They are not literally the same, but they are companions. So in dhyana, what are we trying to do with the cognitive senses, including, in English we talk about sensory motor mind. They're called indriyas in yogic language. There's 2 kinds of indriyas. There's jnanendriyas and there's karmendriyas. Jnanendriyas are the cognitive senses bringing information in. The karmendriyas are the means of expressing outward. Simple principle. The fancy words don't matter too much. But when you sit for meditation, what are we trying to do with our senses and our motor? We're trying to sit still. Remember when we sit still? Remember we talked about asana. We were trying to be steady and still and comfortable, right? And then what did we do with pratyahara, rung 5? The senses turned inward. We talked about that. So when we're doing dhyana, when we're doing meditation, we are not utilizing our cognitive senses, and most importantly, we are not using our means of expression called language. We are suspending our chattering mind. It takes some time to practice that, but it's very common. Most of us have a habit that the mind is sort of always inside chattering. Think about it, observe it, and you see that You know, you look quiet from the outside, and inside you're jabbering. You know this when you see somebody you know well, and you say to your family member or your friend, you say, looks like something, what do you got on your mind? Looks like you're sitting there thinking about something. And they'll either say, oh no, I wasn't thinking anything, or they say, well, yeah, there was something I'd like to talk to you about. And what does it mean? It means that that person or yourself was sitting there jabbering inside your head, right? We all know this, that we have a habit of talking in our head. And what do we do with meditation? We suspend that jabbering. We don't block it and push it away. We learn to do pratyahara and allow that inner chatter to simply suspend itself so that I can go beyond the pratyahara rung 5 and be able to successfully do the dharana, dhyana, and samadhi, the samyama. We suspend the talking. That's what we do with dhyana, with meditation. What do you do with contemplation? You use that inner language. You actually use it. Instead of suspending it, you use the inner language. But you direct it. You do it choicefully. So you're thinking about some philosophical principle. You're pondering over some principle that we've been talking about here. And you turn off your computer, you stop watching me jabber, and you're sitting there thinking about these principles that we're talking about. And this is a process of contemplation. You're using your intelligence, you're internally using your mind, you're even directing your ego so that your ego is not out there doing other things in the world. You're using your power of ego to sit there and quietly, internally direct your language. So something comes to your mind and says, okay, he said this thing, something about drashtu, the seer. Gee, what did that mean? Well, what does drashtu mean to me? And you're sitting there talking your way through that. This is the process of contemplation. The fancy word for that is vichara. So dhyana and vichara are companions. They are different terms. In one, you are suspending the karmendriya, fancy word, you are suspending speech. You're not talking. If you have not suspended inner talking, you're not doing meditation. That's not a criticism, it just means that we're not there yet. And so move back a rung or two and keep working on those rungs, and you find that gradually you learn how to sit for meditation and suspend the language internally. So meditation, suspend language. Contemplation, use language and direct it so that it's not just your mind off jabbering, talking about the problems of the day or the problems with your family members or problems with co-workers or problems with politics and the state of the world that you think it should be run this way or that, something like that. And so you suspend. Again, I know I'm being repetitive, but I want you to hear this. With meditation, you suspend language. With contemplation, you wisely direct language. Dhyana and vichara, they are companions, though they go together. And we're not going into great depth here on the vichara process. We will do that later, and we'll make that available to you. Some ideas on how to do very, very subtle, deep, inner practice of contemplation, vichara. But for now, just remember there's two different practices. One is contemplation and one is meditation. Here we're talking predominantly about meditation, and for that you do rung 5, pratyahara, you learn to suspend language internally. And then when you need language, what do? You get up and you turn that switch and you turn it back on. It's like the light switch in the room. You know, what do we all have to train ourselves to do, trying to be wise about the use of energy, whether it's to save the environment or to save on the electric bill. When you leave the room, you turn the switch off. When you come into the room, you turn the switch on. And so that's what we're doing with language. When I'm doing my meditation, when I'm seeking to do dhyana and samadhi and samyama, so I can do this internal exploration of myself at all levels so that I can find the drashtu, what do? We walk in the room, we throw the switch off, and we suspend the language. And when you're done with that, what do? You get up and you go see your friend or your family member, and you turn the switch on. And you say, they say, so how was your meditation? You say, wonderful. It was a wonderful meditation. So dhyana and vichara, meditation and contemplation. And so here we're doing meditation. So I have a little wish for you. A little wish for you. May you please have a wonderful, 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 wonderful meditation. Okay? Okay, we were talking about Kaivalya, the final goal of the Ashtanga, and we were talking about how there is a process to doing this, and it comes in stages over a considerable period of time. We talked about how there is a simplicity to it, even though it's not easy, and we talked about how glimpses come. We have a little roadmap that I want to show you here that's kind of handy. And it's sort of a visual summary of this whole process. I'm turning over here because I have this. I'm going to pull this up and show it to you. This is a postcard. And on this postcard is a little map. And on this map, you'll see, you can't see it quite clearly. Maybe we'll put a thing up there so you can see it in more detail. But it has on here actions and senses. The actions and senses, this is what we do with the yamas in the external world. And we have sensation coming in. We have a body, and our physical body includes a brain and a central nervous system. We do something called breathing. We inhale and exhale, involves the physical body and the nervous system. We have a conscious mind, and beyond the conscious mind, we all know this, all of us already know this, we have an unconscious mind. We have two aspects of unconscious mind. One is the active processing unconscious mind that most of us know best when we're laying in bed dreaming, or we're sitting here right now and sort of daydreaming, or we're kind of thinking inside. And we have that latent part of the unconscious mind where all those habit patterns, all of these and these are stored in the deep memory. We have all that there. And then we have this thing back over here. And here we have a little circle, and inside of it there's a question mark. The reason for the question mark is it doesn't matter what you call it. This is why I so much like the idea in yoga, the drashtu word that we talked about very early on. Tata drashtu svarupe vasanam. After you do the nirodha business, after you succeed at that, then the drashtu, the seer or the observer or the witnessing self, pure consciousness, whatever that is, stands alone. That's the meaning of this. But I put a question mark. There's a question mark here because we're not trying to force a particular philosophy or belief system on you. Most everybody has some notion that beyond body and breath and all of the levels of mind, there's some aspect of me. You may hold that in a psychological model, you may hold it in a religious model or a not religious model, but all of us have some idea that there's somebody back here that's operating out through a personality and a mind, and is a breathing being and a physical being based in a body. We all have some idea of this. So this is a symbol of that, and we wanted to introduce that to you. In a lot of what we do, in meetings that we have with people, whether in person or online, and throughout most of the courses that we have and create, you'll find that we introduce this because it's such an elegant, beautiful, easy to understand symbol of the whole process. And so here it is. I wanted to show you this. Now I have another one over here. I'm going to trade this one in on another one over here that's virtually exactly the same, but it's been treated slightly differently. Here it is. And on this one I have taken a hole puncher. I actually have a hole puncher over here, but I've already punched the hole in it. And take the hole puncher and I put it right there, and I punched a hole right in the middle of the question mark back there. So, and the reason I did that is so that I can do this and demonstrate to you that what's really happening is that, and remember, this is just a symbol, it's a metaphor. I am consciousness back here. I am looking outward through the hole. And I'm looking out through the filter of my unconscious, which is where my karmashaya is. Remember the karmashaya, the field of habit patterns. That's the karmashaya, that latent unconscious. So I am experiencing the world out here by looking outward through my karmashaya with all those kleshes. The avidya, I've forgotten who I am, I think I'm a human. The asmita, the I-ness occurs, the individuation, the ego starts happening. I take on a whole bunch of ragas, a whole bunch of deveshas, and I build a constellation, or what I called before my house of cards, that is my identity, and it's with me in my unconscious, and then I use that, and it moves outward through my conscious mind, and my breathing apparatus, and my autonomic nervous system, and my central nervous system, and my brain, and my body, and my physical sensory organs, and my muscles, and I move out into the world doing actions and senses. It seems to us, it seems as if this here is me. This is the way we experience the world. But the notion here of what we're trying to do is that this, ultimately, we see this is not me. This is part of the avidya. I am actually this drashtu, or whatever you want to call it, that's back here, the question mark that I punched a hole in, and I am looking, I'm experiencing, I am the observer, observing the observed out here. All of the things that I'm observing out here, I'm using instrumentation of observing. But back here is the observer, and we're trying to get the observer to stand alone. That's called self-realization. And in simple language, as I said before, I love the choice of words that Yoga Sutras uses, the drashtu, because it's not forcing you into a belief system of any particular name for what that is. You can call it whatever you want and hold it in the context of whatever philosophy or belief system or religion that you have grown up in and follow, and so it crosses all cultural, religious, social lines, this principle that we're talking about. So Ashtanga Yoga can apply to everybody. It doesn't mean that literally every human being on the planet is going to agree with it, because we human beings, we have habits that are stored back here in our karmashaya, and part of our habits are that my culture is right and your culture is off track. So not everybody's maybe willing to listen to this, but it brought you to this, and you can see that this principle that we're talking about in Ashtanga Yoga is, as we said, it's not easy, but there is a simplicity to it. Anyway, we call this thing affectionately the circle chart, because it's made of little circles on here. That's all. It's really simple, so it's not a complicated comment. There's a circle, there's a circle. This is sort of oblong, but it's kind of a circle, and this is a little circle. So playfully, again, we call it the circle chart. And so here we are. And this is the drashtu back here. On this sort of final comment on this circle chart, what is kaivalya? Kaivalya is this is going to be a long time. This is where we have, great names of people in history that we may respect. We may look at Christ or Buddha or Krishna. We may look at examples like this and we're saying that person is an adept or a master. What does that mean? In terms of this thing and what we're talking about, it means that person has gained the ability to somewhat permanently be able to view constantly from the awareness of this. It means the kaivalya is there, the liberation from all of my habit of identifying with any of this. I'm simply not identified at all with my personality. I'm totally, completely free from that. Kaivalya, liberation, freedom. I'm now completely free from that, and I'm back here. I'm back here with my little hole has been punched there, and now whatever I'm doing, whoever I'm looking at, wherever I'm going out here in the world, I'm moving my body around, going here, there, and everywhere, but I'm always constantly aware of this. Now that's a very, very advanced stage. But what we can have, I can tell you this is the thing I want to go back and pick up the other principle we talked about. We can all have glimpses of this nature. And we still have a personality, and we still have a physical body, and we still have some silly habits that do some silly things sometimes, and we make boo-boos. It's no big deal. That's those obstacles that we talked about early on. But we may be in our mind, we're identified with our personality and our body and our mind, and we're just sitting there having a gentle, simple meditation today, doing these principles as best we can, and we have an intuition, we have an intuitive glimpse of the fact that this is true. Doesn't mean I'm there. It's not the ultimate direct experience of that. And then sometimes we do have glimpses, deeper and deeper and deeper glimpses of this. And the Kaivalya business means, in terms of this little circle chart, the Kaivalya business means that we have done this so much that all of these habit patterns, all of these identities of this and this that are stored in the personality, in the karma-shaya, all of them have been neutralized. They have all lost their coloring. And now I'm absolutely free from all of the versions of that I am this, and I'm completely free of all of the versions of this is mine, and all of the versions of I am not that, and those are not mine. We're just free from the whole thing. And it's permanent, you know, as the saying goes, 24/7. And now we're living in the world being a true adept. And you can decide whatever that means for you, and what models, what role models we have in human history or in your current life that you think that person is, for me, a good role model of this. But that's the principle of the Kaivalya, is that there is absolute permanent liberation. And in the meanwhile, I'm asking you, please enjoy the intuitions, enjoy the glimpses. And how long do we do this? A long time. And so what does that mean? You just keep doing it. You eat food every day, try to do this every day. You use the toilet every day, try to do this every day. You talk to friends every day, in some way or another, do this every day to some degree. And gradually, the glimpses, the intuitions come. And we more and more understand, I am the drashtu, whatever that means. And please, once again, have fun, enjoy it. And so just enjoy it. By the way, if you're enjoying this card, send us your name and your postal mailing address. We'll put a stamp on one and mail it to you if you think that would be fun. We are not trying to collect a mailing list. If you send us that, we'll just take a card, we'll write your name on there, put a stamp on it, and put it in the mailbox. We will not be writing down your name and address on any mailing list. I promise you that. If you see this card, if this looks fun to you, I'd love to give you one. If you want a hole punched in it for me, tell me, I'll punch a hole in it for you. If you want to have it without, and you can fold this over and punch your own hole in it, then that's okay too. But let us know if you want a card, a circle chart card, and we'll put one in the mail to you. Okay? So enjoy, please. One more time, please be nice to yourself. Don't beat up on yourself because you're not living your life constantly looking out through this little thing here. We forget. That's avidya. It's how this deal works. We forget. We're subject to avidya. We are the ocean. You are the ocean of consciousness. And you came to believe that you are a wave, an individual, and then you took on a whole bunch of identities. All of us do this. We've taken on a bunch of identities like this, and a bunch of identities like this, and then we have, so to speak, fallen asleep in this. We've all heard this many, many times. You hear about people talking about spiritual awakening. Well, if there is such a thing as spiritual awakening, then it means we have fallen asleep. You don't try to wake up if you haven't fallen asleep. So there's nothing wrong with falling asleep. There's nothing wrong with saying, I'm out here in the world and I think I'm this person with this name from this country and this family and this profession and all of these identities that we've taken on. But gradually we start to remember this. And this, remember, is done through the use of the tools of the 8 rungs. It's the Ashtanga that are the tools. Okay? Hello. Bye-bye.